Okay, family, we are back again. February the 23rd, the
Oh
seventh
yeah.
California Reparations Task Force meeting.
Oh yeah.
Let's look at the agenda.
Let's do it.
Want to do some housekeeping, let people know how to get in, make their public comment.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to get into the meeting live on Blue Jeans, you got to use the Blue Jeans app, and there is a link to the Blue Jeans app and all the information on the screen right now, but also on the meeting agenda link. So we will most likely be popping that link in and out of the chat all meeting long as we live stream today's 7th meeting of the California Reparations Task Force right here on none other than ETM Media Live. Big shout out to Kim, Umoya, CEO, the whole ETM Media family for live streaming the meeting today from 9 to 5. And then from 9 to 5 tomorrow too, because this is a 2-day meeting. So that's how you get in, and this is where you can see it at.
So it looks like there's some call-in numbers on the screen. You guys need the call-in numbers, and there's a pin that you need to enter. So make sure you follow the instructions accordingly. So if you do have a public comment, usually those last about an hour, right, Chris?
Yeah, public comment's going to go from 9:05-ish to about 10:05. And so it's about an hour for each meeting. So today from 9 to 5, and then tomorrow from 9 to 10 today, and then tomorrow from 9 to 10 also. And just one other thing to add about the call in. I think if you call in, you're not able to give public comment. So I think if you want to give public comment, you have to use the link. So you have to use the link to the Blue Jeans program / application if you want to make public comment. I think that's one thing that is somewhere else on the agenda too. So just a heads up, if you are calling in and you want to listen in via calling in, you can absolutely do that. The numbers are there on the screen with the pin numbers, but you won't be able to make public comment if you call in. You have to use that link.
Okay, well, let's look at the topics for today. Agenda.
Yeah, celebrating Black History Month. And I think we're all kind of making Black history. I'm actually going to say this in my public comments. I'm actually giving my public comment right now. But this is right. Today, I'm doing a little practice. Today's meeting is going to be about celebrating Black history and actually celebrating Black history and reparations and the history of and the Black history of reparations and the reparations movement. So after the public comment, right after the meeting opens, then there's going to be a panel on a historical overview of Black History Month and past reparations efforts. So we've got expert testimony from the likes of Nkechi Taifa. I hope I'm saying that name right. Deadria Farmer, Paleman, Ajoa Ayatoro, and followed by task force public statements, comments, and questions. So the meeting today is going to start off and then continue to be about the historical overview of Black History Month, a celebration of Black History Month, and reparations efforts specifically, mostly.
That should be interesting. A whole overview of everybody that's been in this reparations fight and passed the baton, and looks like we're the fourth leg, so we're gonna bring it home.
Yeah. And then to follow up from there, they're going to go into a conversation around a historical review of the legal implications of reparations. And this is really important because we're going to have some really, I think, important testimony from Professor Erwin Chemerinsky, who is, I believe, the Dean of Law or one of the professors, but I believe the Dean of Law at UC Berkeley, someone who has argued before the Supreme Court. And he's going to give a talk about the legal implications of reparations and really how we need to design the reparations proposals legislation for it to be successful and for it to survive any challenges, if there were any challenges to reparations after we get reparations passed here in California, which we do. And for those of you we will, and for those of you who have been following this, you know that this task force has the job of actually writing a report that will be turned into reparations legislation for the state to actually do. So we want to make sure that we are crossing our T's and dotting our I's legally when we're writing reparations legislation. And so I think a lot of what we're going to hear from Professor Chemerinsky today is going to be about that.
All right. We also we got CO in the building. We'd like to welcome her to the stage.
Yo.
Hey, fam. How's everybody doing?
What up?
On the way.
Thanks
Love
for
to hear it.
Thanks for joining us. Another historic moment
Yes.
in time. So after Chemerinsky, then some statements and questions from the task force, and then breaking off for lunch. And then what else we got? A witness panel?
After lunch in the TBD, it says TBD number 2. Has that been filled with is that Chad's testimony?
Yeah, I think that's going to be, so we're talking about witness panel number 3, right? So when they come back from lunch, right, there's going to be a continuation of the conversation around recognizing reparations, but particularly recognizing current efforts at reparations as part of, again, celebration of Black History Month and reparations, which is the overall theme for today's meeting. So we're going to have expert testimony from first Mary Frances Berry, who is the author of My Face is Black is True, I don't know if you call it a biography, but it's a book about Callie House, who was leader of the ex-slave Pension and Mutual Assistance Association, one of our first, if not our first, reparations fighters, reparations advocates, born enslaved herself, and helped start and then run the ex-slave Mutual Assistance and Pension Association in the late 1800s and early 1900s. So that's going to be, I think, a fascinating conversation. I've read that book a few times. I'm reading it again now on Audible, and it is a fantastic. I mean, there's so much in there. There's so much in there that I'm learning, and that I think we're going to learn about. There's stuff about how she organized and helped create the association. There's stuff in there about the different reparations bills that they were working to get introduced. There was more than 1 or 2 different reparations bills that they were working to get introduced. There's information in there about how the federal government, the post office, and other federal government authorities targeted them, attacked them, I think threw her in jail too. So that's going to be fascinating. And then, as a part of this conversation around recognizing current efforts at reparations, we've got none other than Chad Brown. I believe that's when Chad's going to testify during that same time. Chad Brown, member of one of our coalition partners at CJEC, the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants, Los Angeles, and also a member of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants. So both the LA group and also the national group. Chad Brown is going to be testifying on current efforts at reparations. So that's going to be awesome too.
Looking forward to all of it.
Word.
Just to interject real quick, I know this is Black History Month, and for those who are new on our channel, please like, share, and subscribe. Every day we have a Black History icon that we celebrate every single day, starting off with Carter G. Woodson, who basically created Black History Month. From my understanding, he created the Black History Week, which ended up being the Black History Month.
Wasn't it Negro History Week originally?
if you want to call it technically Negro History Week, then at that
Yes, we
time we
need
were
to be
called Negro
technical and specific.
and specific
Specificity.
specificity to the lineage. Yes, Negro History Month, now known as Black History Month. So yeah, so check that on our YouTube page. We have one putting up every day. We're learning Black history. There's so much great information out there. I know we give a shout out to our usuals being, Dr. Martin Luther King to Malcolm X and to Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman, et cetera, et cetera. Those are definitely our staples that we go to usually as general information, but we got some others that we got to give a shout out to. So please go on there and check that out as well.
Right, normal, everyday folk like Chris likes to say we are, but doing amazing things. Early soul food cookbook writers, and even liquor bootleggers.
Yeah, ice cream scoop makers, like brother created an ice cream scoop. What else? The biscuit maker. I think somebody created like a biscuit invention.
Yes, for better buttered biscuits. Make them perfect biscuits.
Yeah.
I'm over here dying laughing.
We all like eating.
Yeah.
So yeah, people making inventions and a whole bunch of stuff, man, and politics.
Yeah,
Oh
the
my.
one guy we did, and I don't know his name off the top, but he was an innovator or made innovative ice cream flavors and improved the method of making homemade ice cream. And it just brought back so many memories from when my dad used to make homemade ice cream, and he would
Wow.
add that salt to it. And I
Wow.
was like, yeah, that's how they do it.
Yeah, definitely. And check us out. You guys have a chance. We're probably going to throw out the chat. Support our reparations documentary if you have a chance. We greatly appreciate it. Anything you can support. Hopefully, we're going to go into pre-production shortly next month. Just try to do it, fam. Try to do it. So we got about 3 minutes left to go before they start the meeting.
Yeah, a couple of minutes to go. Hey, Chris, you want to talk about what we're going to be doing on Saturday up there in Coloma?
Yeah, let me talk about that. But also, I want to make sure that we get to this last part of the agenda too, because number 9 there for folks who are watching on YouTube Live. By the way, shout out to everybody in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, shout out,
appreciate y'all.
Morning.
Thanks for rocking with us. What's up? What's up? Everybody in the YouTube chat. On the screen, number 9, as you can see, it says Community Engagement Plan Updates and Recognition of Anchor Organizations. That is gonna be a fire segment that starts around 3:00 too, because CJEC, our organization, is gonna be honored among the anchor organizations. For those of you who don't know, we have been selected as one of the community anchor organizations. And so big shout out to Tiffany Quarles. Tiffany's going to be up there accepting our recognition and honoring for us around 3:00 p.m. So make sure we tune in. Make sure you are tuned in around 3:00 to check out CJEC being honored. Big shout out to everybody who's been working with us, ETM Media, everybody in the chat and in the community who's been watching and supporting everything that we've been doing online and in person. Speaking of in person, next Tuesday, Richmond, we coming down to Richmond, California for a community listening session live in Richmond, 6 to 8 p.m. And also before that, this Saturday, we're going down to Coloma, California to visit the stolen land and stolen property of our good brother, Jonathan Burgess, and talk about getting his land back as a part of this reparations effort. So big shout out.
Really looking forward to both of those community engagement events. It's always a chance for us to spread community engagement about reparations, and it looks like the meeting is starting, so let's get to it.
All right, fam.
Let's do it.
Yep.
3rd, and the time is 9:00. The AB 3121 Task Force meeting is now called to order. Good morning. My name is Camila Moore, and I am the chair of the task force. Before we begin, let us have the staff do a roll call for attendance to establish whether we have a quorum. Parliamentarian Johnson.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I will call the roll beginning with the chair. Chair Camila Moore,
Present.
Vice Chair Brown,
Present.
Member Bradford, Member Grills,
Present.
Member Holder,
Here.
Member Jones Sawyer, Member Lewis, Member Tamaki, Member Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
I couldn't hear Member Tamaki, but I do see him present. I'm going to call again Member Lewis, Member Bradford, and Member Jones Sawyer. Madam Chair, the task force consists of 9 members. Five members are necessary for a quorum. We have 6 members present and a quorum is established.
Now that a quorum has established, I would like to welcome members of the task force and members of the public to our California Reparations February Black History Month celebration. So today we are gathered today to celebrate Black History Month and to also commemorate and celebrate reparations advocates of the past and future. Today is largely ceremonial in nature and tomorrow will be largely business. But today the task force wanted to take this space and opportunity to honor our ancestors, African-American ancestors who were sold and traded off the shores of Africa to build one of the greatest nations in the world, which is the United States. And we have so many wonderful speakers lined up to speak to the historical nature of this task force and of reparations advocacy in the United States. We also will hear from UC Berkeley Dean Erwin Chemerinsky on legal considerations concerning reparations, and we'll also hear from current reparations advocates doing reparations work today. So from a review of the agenda, you can see that it is a full agenda. So to ensure that we complete it during the time allocated, we will need to make sure that we follow the timeline established. So to help keep us on time, I'm asking each of us to be mindful, and I'll remind us as well if we start to fall behind. We do anticipate a fair number of comments from members of the public, which is scheduled from now to 10 a.m. So again, welcome, and we will now move forward to public comment. So Ms. Aisha Martin-Walton, take it away. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I wanted to let the record reflect that we've been joined by Member Jones Sawyer.
Great, thank you so much, Parliamentarian Johnson,
And Senator Bradford.
Senator Bradford.
Welcome, Senator Bradford and Assemblymember Jones Sawyer.
Okay, good morning, Chair Moore, task force members, and members of the public. My name is Aisha Martin-Walton. I am with the Department of Justice, and the task force would like to hear your comments. The public comment period will be for 1 hour, and each person will have 3 minutes. Please be advised that in fairness to everyone, at the 3-minute mark, you may be politely interrupted and your microphone turned off. However, please know that there is a public comment period during each meeting, and the task force encourages everyone to participate. You may also submit written comments to the task force members at any time via email at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. To participate in public comment, please use the raise hand function. Locate the button on the upper right-hand side of the screen. On the sidebar, you will see the shape of a hand. Click on the prompt to prompt the raise hand feature. On our end, we will accept your raised hand. Then you will see a notification at the top of the screen to continue. You have to click the word continue. You will then be elevated into the meeting as a presenter and automatically muted until it is your turn to speak. Please note that there's a 20-minute delay between the attendee and the presenter mode, so keep that in mind as you're being presented. We will accept the raise hand feature as they come in, and once the person in front of you is done, Trini Hurtado, also with DOJ, will say your name to prompt you to begin. At that point, you can also have the option to turn on your camera. At the conclusion of your comments, at the 3-minute mark, you will be muted again and returned back to the level of attendee. So with that, Trini, let's hear from our first speaker of the day.
Good morning, everyone. The first speaker for today is going to be Kathy Masoka. Kathy, you have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Kathy Masaoka, and I'm a Japanese American, among many other Japanese Americans and other Japanese American organizations nationally who support reparations for African Americans. I testified back in February of 2021 on behalf and in support of HR 40, and was very proud that our community submitted over 300 testimonies in support of that bill. We support reparations for African Americans because it is owed, it is long overdue, and we as Japanese Americans know that it is possible. We fought for Japanese American reparations in the 1980s and won in 1988 for the incarceration of over 120,000 Japanese Americans during World War II. So we know that it is possible, and we really want to lend that inspiration to the movement today. We follow the lead of Black organizations and leaders. We know that it is up to the community to determine what kind of reparations they want. And we are committed to learning and relearning all that we can from reparations today and from reparations in the past. We do know that we owe a lot to the Black leaders for civil rights, for leading us, inspiring us, for supporting us for our redress. And we do believe that even though the context and history are different, and we can learn some things from redress from Japanese Americans, we have to remember that it may be different. And that some things, though, are the grassroots nature was really critical in winning redress and bringing the voices of so many to the forefront, hearing and learning their history and their stories, the education that it brought to the country, and the solidarity that we can build and built then and we can build now for reparations. And I think that's what we have to offer, and we hope that we can continue to support and build as Japanese Americans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Masoka. Thanks for your comments this morning. Trini, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is going to be Sharice. Sharice, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. My name is Sharice Cryer. I'm a second-generation Angelino and direct descendant of slavery on both sides of my family. I want to thank Professor Chemerinsky for being an amazing con law lecturer. I took Barbary in the summer of 2006 and had a better understanding of the law after the lectures. I would like to offer a suggestion to the Commission and DOJ to please really listen to the public comments, requests, suggestions, emails, etc. There's some good information being given. Also, we're about 6 months in with the Commission and just now dealing with the class of eligibility, and there's been no discussion of potential legal implications. The DOJ has all the resources available to examine both sides of the coin and different arguments and legal challenges, and I encourage you to do that as soon as possible. Also, back in July, I emailed the DOJ and task force to ask that you focus solely on the descendants of American slavery, policy change, and cash reparations. Please revisit the email. I also ask that you investigate something called a reparations superfund. This concept is mentioned in From Here to Equality. There is also a standalone article on the web about it. California cannot accomplish successful reparations program on our own. Finally, I just want to thank members Tamaki and Scott Lewis for being true allies. Your contributions have not gone unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cryer. Trini, our next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Roger Wareham. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Roger Wareham. I am a human rights attorney and a member of the December 12th movement, which is a US-based non-governmental organization in consultative status with the United Nations, which focuses on protecting the human rights of people of African descent. We have been actively involved in the struggle for reparations for over 30 years. We were instrumental in the calling and organizing for the UN World Conference Against Racism held in Durban, South Africa in 2001. With the National Black United Front, we took over 400 people to lobby for what became the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, which historically recognized the transatlantic slave trade as a crime against, and slavery as crimes against humanity, that reparations were due to the descendants of the victims, and the economic basis of racism. We and NBUF also called for it to organize the first national reparations rally, Millions for Reparations, in Washington in 2002. And I am one of the lead attorneys in the lawsuits initiated by Deidre Farmer-Pellman, who's going to be on one of your panels later. I also presented at the CARICOM initial meeting on reparations due to the Caribbean. We have always, the December 12th, we have always viewed reparations very simply as a collective repair for a collective injury suffered by Africans in the US. We view healthcare as one of the key issues affecting all people of African descent, or as Dr. Uche Blackstock stated in a seminar, living in this country has essentially made Black Americans sick. Since President Biden's election and his pledge to have Black people's backs, we have been waging a campaign to have him issue an executive order on reparations, including a $50 billion down payment towards provision of state-of-the-art healthcare facilities in Black communities across the country. As I said, collective repair for a collective injury, and we think that that attitude or that perspective should be taken into account in terms of your deliberations, in terms of how California is going to address this issue. As the slogan we coined back in the 1990s was, they stole us, they sold us, they owe us reparations now. Thank you for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren, for your relevant comments this morning. Next speaker, Trini.
The next speaker is Joyce King. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm Dr. Joyce King. I hold the Benjamin Mays Endowed Chair for Urban Teaching, Learning, and Leadership at Georgia State University in Atlanta. I'm a native Californian, descendant of enslaved Africans. My family came from Oklahoma and Louisiana in the 1930s. I have been raised in California. I was director of teacher education at Santa Clara University for 12 years. I'm a graduate of Stanford University, and I'm here to emphasize the point that reparations is more than a check. I want to commend the California Reparations Initiative. I served on the National African American Reparations Commission for a number of years, and I'd like to encourage you to look at the platform of NARC, which includes an education provision. I think repair includes education, not just for African Americans, but for everyone in America. We are currently experiencing an onslaught of legislation, turning back the clock, preventing teachers and professors from teaching the truth about American and world history. And reparations in California will be able to shine a light on possibilities for repair through rewriting knowledge. And I really hope that you will give deep attention to opportunities to repair education in the process of conducting reparations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. King. Trini, our next speaker.
Next speaker is Bryant Bowling. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. Mr. Bowling?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're a little low, but we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Brian Bowling, and I'm a member of the West Coast Cobra organization here in Oakland, California. I'm a retired social worker. My wife is a retired nurse. Our goal is to repatriate to Africa, particularly to Ghana, and reparations will assist us in our goal to repatriate And we advocate also for dual citizenship, for us to have citizenship here in America as well as in a country in Africa. And I would like one of the panelists or someone in the panelists to address that issue, dual citizenship with reparations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowling. Trini, next speaker.
The next speaker is Robert Kalen Reed. You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Continue.
All right. Since the beginning of Gavin Newsom calling to order the AB 3121 Commission, the majority of consistent attendees have made it clear that the reparations project should be lineage-based. This position is not based in xenophobia or anti-immigration, Black, white, or otherwise, or ignorance that slavery or colonialism occurred in other parts of the world. It is rooted in the understanding that the group who experienced the accumulated harm of slavery, Reconstruction, Black codes and Jim Crow, U.S. terrorism, peonage farming, mass incarceration and convict leasing, excommunication from U.S. markets, banks and credit system, non-allowance of the GI Bill and VA loan, discriminatory zoning and steering practices, and all the accrued disadvantages since the signing of the emancipation should be the ones who inherit the repair. The slavery that a Jamaican descended person experienced in Jamaica is irrelevant to the justice claim Black Americans are fighting for in this country. We understand there are multiple countries who have valid justice claims that they could and should fight for, and Black Americans, American Negroes, American descendants of slavery, or sons and daughters of freedmen stand strongly in support of them, building those claims. But therein lies the issue. These people have to do the work. It is unfathomable to think that someone who got to America in the 80s, 90s, or yesterday should be able to hijack Black American history for gains meant to repair a harm they are not connected to. It is also outrageous to think that Black Americans must be attack dogs, pit bulls, or mules for the justice claims of other groups. Black America is not interested in the NARC and in COBRA Pan-African understanding that all Black is flat Black. Thus, Black Americans have to be the tip of the spear for everyone's fight while sacrificing their own. Speaking of NARC and in COBRA, there are many reparationist groups that have done the grassroots work to build momentum. Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore from ADOS, Friday Jones and Chad Brown from NAASD, and Logic Supreme, Ali Bey and Naheem from Be the Power. They differ in many ways, but they all agree that this process needs to be as open and transparent as possible. This is the exact opposite of NARC and COBRA. They have purposely kicked advocacy groups out of meeting spaces so their ideas aren't challenged. They have been part of writing questionable bills that sits members of their organization on long-standing committees with no real reward for the people. And they have weaponized long-standing relationships with members of legacy Black organizations or government to sabotage their reparationist peer groups. Black America is not interested in these subversive tactics that pulls the power out of the hands of the people and centralizes it into a group who gets mad when they're questioned. If this committee was convened to do the will of the people, then the people say this process should be transparent and lineage-based. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalen, for your comments this morning. Trini, our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Greg Marcel Dixon. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Greg Marcel Dixon. I am a U.S. congressional candidate from South Carolina District 6, and I'm just here to make sure that everyone on the panel understands what reparation is and what reparations is not. Firstly, it's more important to understand what reparations is not. Reparations is not a payment from white Americans to Black Americans for the absolute horrors we endured during chattel slavery and then the government-sanctioned anti-Black terror we went through afterwards via redlining, Jim Crow, racial massacres, lynch mobs, and land theft. It is a payment from the federal government, which perpetuated these things, to freedmen who are of the lineage, referring to people who are descendants of those who were emancipated at the end of the Civil War. It is not something that goes to, quote unquote, all Black people, because when you look at the people who were lynched in those disgusting lynching postcards that were used and here in the United States of America, and were often kept as souvenirs, it was not all Black people hanging from those trees. It was freedmen, those who are descendants of the 4 million people who were enslaved by the American government. It is not something that includes any other group besides people of those lineage. Now, I find it very funny that California is leading the movement pretty much on the reparations mission, something that should have been done in 1865. I was not so familiar with California's history of anti-Blackness, but I just assumed it had it because, hey, we're in the United States of America. But I did some research and I found out that before California's admission to the Union in 1850, California actually had slavery. Then I discovered that California was home to several very wealthy freedmen communities. Allenstown, for example, was one of them. And because white Californians hated the fact of Black Americans being successful, they cut the water off to Allenstown. They put a railroad track through it and they destroyed that town. Santa Monica, I discovered, was 30% Black, and yet some of the wealthiest people in Santa Monica were the Black people who made that town successful. And again, the state of California used eminent domain to take properties from a lot of Black people, and Black businesses, they passed ordinances saying that music could not be played, alcohol cannot be served. So when I look at the data for California and I see that even though Black people make up only 5% of the population, and of that 5%, maybe 3% are actually Black Americans, the people to whom I refer to as freedmen, but they make up over 50% of the people living in the streets. I'm not surprised because what else were they left with? You took everything from them. You took their land. You took their businesses. You took their beachfront property from them. So California has a moral duty, as does the United States of America, to pay freedmen.
Excuse me, Mr. Marcel Dixon, I'm so sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence, but thank you so much for your comments this morning. Trini, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tracy C. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Cooper. I'm from Alameda County, Oakland, California. I was born in the early 60s, and I want to speak on who would be entitled to reparations. I believe that the reparations payment should be made to foundational Black Americans, that they should be paid to descendants of American slaves whose lineage can be traced to the killing fields of the American South. I myself suffered through forced integration in California through the school busing program, and the damage was so great that to this day I have not attended one of my high school reunions, which I think I'm coming up on my 45th high school reunion at this point, because my community was forced bused into Woodside, California. There were very few Black students. We were mocked as we were getting off of the school buses. We couldn't stay after school to participate in school sports and so forth, because once those yellow school buses left that high school, left the hill school and went back down to the flatland, we had no other way home. Only very few of us could participate. I believe reparations, the recipients can trace their lineage through the U.S. Census back to 1870, that those entitled would be shown as Negro on census records, on their birth certificates in California, either through the parent or the grandparent, that they have claimed Black all their time in California through school records, immunization cards, etc., and that they can prove California residency through the Department of Motor Vehicles, the voter records, the school records, hospital records prior to December 31st, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tracy. Trini, our next speaker, please.
The next speaker is John Mudd. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I am calling in because I too have concerns about how far we are in this process, and we're still questioning eligibility. I think that this should have been something that should have been hashed out from the very beginning, and it seems that Shirley Weber was very well, she thought it was very clear as far as what the intention was with this bill, and I think that for the most part, the people who have been calling in, the audience, the people have been very clear about what they want, and I think that Dean Ernst Chemerinsky will also bring some clarity to this matter as far as discussing what would be um, the best way to construct this legally as far as eligibility is concerned. Um, I think it's clear that we have to base this on lineage, and that is for the people who descend from American chattel slavery. And also, I do agree with Shirley Weber that the free people who may not have been enslaved during the founding of America, but were enslaved earlier and earned their freedom, but were also eligible to be victims of slavery because they could have been captured at any time. Those people should also be included. But other than that, I don't know why this is such a hard thing for everyone to understand. It should be very clear that there has been a group who from the very founding of this country has been terrorized and disenfranchised, and it is our time to be repaired. And I think California is leading the charge, and hopefully it can influence the rest of the country and we could get something done federally. But those are my thoughts. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Mudd. Trini, do we have anyone else?
Yes, the next speaker is Brooke Sinclair Duke. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, thank you. I'm specifically here testifying to make sure that we have exclusionary in whatever sort of eligibility criteria for reparations. No other group on this planet has ever had something as small as detrimental as a one-drop policy. Drop rule is still on the books for Black Americans. So because we are this discussion about reparations, everybody and their mama are suddenly claiming to be Black, suddenly claiming to be Black Americans, suddenly white people, white people, Africans, Latinos, everybody in their, everybody's got a cup, but they haven't chipped in. Quite frankly, I come together to create a draft, an exclusionary clause to this that it lets people know that it is not based upon their just the lineage. It is, yes, the lineage first and foremost, also based upon the atrocities within that lineage. I am from a background of engineers. My family was lucky enough to pass for white rights, and they were able to use that ability to pass to buy land. Bought the land, the KKK would remove them in the middle of the night, the nearby state, cross the border lines, and then make them walk back. And that is a story that is not present in the Japanese. It is not present to or any other group who is currently receiving reparations from us, such as the $235 million that the Biden administration has recently given to Palestinians, and within the last year, the Biden administration has $56 million to Asian and Pacific Islanders and 1.2 to the tribal nations. There's no reason for us to be constantly scrambling, and that is our right when we have American terrorists that are us and keeping us from our right to prosperity and freedom. And so, yes, I do plan to submit the draft of the exclusionary policy called the anti-one-drop rule, and is specifically made to keep people out. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sinclair Brooks, for your comments this morning. Trini, our next speaker.
The next speaker is Brooke Sinclair.
He just spoke.
No, Stan Jackson, sorry. Stan Jackson, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Good morning, members of the Reparations Task Force. My name is Stan Jackson, and I am the legislative chair for the California Association of Real Estate Brokers, and that is the organization that was created in 1955 to fight for and advocate democracy in housing. We are a member of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, and the local chapter is the Consolidated Board of Realtors, which is our trade name. I'd like to thank Mr. Reginald Jones Sawyer for participating in our event this year. And I also like to thank member Monica Stepp for participating at the conference in San Diego last year. As a first VP of KRAB, California Association of Real Estate Brokers, I am also the legislative chair, and I'd like to invite members of the task force to participate in our virtual town hall on 3/24/2022 to continue the discussion on reparations. Any conversation about reparations must include a real estate component similar to the Evanston's reparations project. And this project is a down payment assistance program, but also we may want to work with the return of properties to the descendants of actual slave descendants in the that suffered the humble institution of American slavery. The 40 acres and a mule we never received, and we definitely need to follow back up on trying to get those 40 acres. And as Reginald Jones Sawyer said, you can keep the mule, but we definitely need the acres. And with that being said, I'd like to thank each and every one of you. And I would love for you guys to come out to our virtual town hall and share any other information to our members, because we are a movement and we are here supporting the reparations for Black Americans in the United States, the descendants of slavery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Trini, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tariq Nasheed. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Greetings. How's everybody doing? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
We can.
Okay. I appreciate everyone for talking about the reparations qualifications. We have to make this very simple. Reparations are exclusively for foundational Black Americans who were enslaved here in America. The reparations claim should go directly to people who are owed the 40 acres and a mule and their descendants. We have to stop muddying the waters when it comes to such a very important claim like this. We should not open the doors to giving reparations to everybody based on mistreatment, as one caller said earlier, because that will muddy the waters and we'll be right back to square one. Foundational Black Americans exclusively should get reparations. It should be in the form of cash payments, and it's not that difficult to find out who is a foundational Black American and who's qualified. If your lineage can be traced back to the 1870 census and your name is Negro on that census, you are a foundational Black American. And as our brother Sandy Darity said, people now who qualify must be classified as Black for at least 10 years. So we don't have a whole bunch of $5 FBAs popping up claiming to be descendants of slaves and foundational Black Americans. We have to make this cash payments. Every other group is getting cash payments. The Democrats just allotted about $10 million to Asian groups a few days ago. They are allotting money to Afghan refugees. They're allotting money to Hispanic refugees. So all of these other groups are getting cash payments. There's no confusion. The confusion comes when it comes to us. All of a sudden, the waters are muddy. Somebody was in here talking about repatriation to Ghana. We cannot have that. This is not what this is about. Nobody needs to go to another country. We're not from Ghana. We are foundational Black Americans. This is a nation that foundational Black Americans built, and we need to be compensated for what we built because we have the legacy of anti-Black racism that has disenfranchised us economically. So we need to be repaired economically. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Nasheed. Thank you for your comments. Trini, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Marcus Champion. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Task Force. My name is Marcus Champion. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Yeah, my name is Marcus Champion. I'm a California native, born and raised in Inglewood, currently living in South Central. I want to talk about who is eligible. There's a reason why Secretary of State Dr. Shirley Weber allowed our organization, now known as CJAC, the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, to make amendments to the eligible party. Originally, it was just African American, but she accepted our language that changed it to African Americans or descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, because it's a lineage standard, not a race standard. And I want to also address my fellow Black brothers and sisters who spoke before me, that we have to think about what's legal and not our feelings. As Dean Chemerinsky has stated before on our show, Politics in Black, if we make this about race and not lineage, violate Prop 209 in California. Greaterly, federally, you violate equal protection. So that means that reparations is thrown out. Reparations is null and void. If you make this about all Black people and not make it specific to the actual aggrieved party within the state and then also within the United States of America. So that is my comment for today. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Champion. Trini, our next speaker.
The next speaker is LaDonna. LaDonna, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good morning. LaDonna Williams. I am a native of California, specifically San Francisco. And I just wanted to add many of the comments that I planned on making have already been made. Thank you, Mr. Nasheed, for eloquently pinpointing them. I wanted to remind the board that, or the committee, that March 2021, from March 2021 to April 2021, you were able to, San Francisco in particular, or I guess California, was able to come up with a resolution and support of Asian Americans. It took 1 month, pretty much in 7 days. They were able to come up with support of the Latino immigrants who were illegal trying to pass the border, yet $450,000 was on the table, or is on the table, or may have already been paid, who knows. The Afghanistans came behind them, yet Black folks are still waiting. We're still studying. We've been studying since the beginning of time. And even more so, we don't hear accountability to slavery, the slavery area that dealt with insurance. The insurance, it was a bill, SB 2199, I believe. And it was Senator Tom Hayden, and they were investigating the insurances that had paid for slavery. But when you go to those links, they're not working. You can get pretty much the summary of it, and certain insurances who admitted to paying and supporting slavery and made payouts, but you can't really get the gist of what we need so that we can pick up that ball and keep rolling with it as well. And I concur and totally agree with the previous speakers who says, this is for those of us whose lineage have paid the price for our babies boiled, sold, fed to alligators, our parents separated, us having to do lineage search only to find out that our ancestors were not only owned by owners of America, regular white folks, but we were owned by Indians as well. And so we don't even talk about enforcing the 1866 treaty, which Black freedmen and their descendants are entitled to. Those are the focuses that this committee needs to stay focused on, not everyone else. It is not fair. We were not on the committees for the Asians and the Afghanistans and everyone else. Why is everyone else on our committees dictating who this money should go to? It is very clear that it is Black folks who have paid the price, who have built this country, and who continue to plead, beg, and pray that you do the right thing. So I would propose
LaDonna, I'm
within
so
the next
sorry.
30 days, you come up
Ms.
with a
LaDonna, I am so sorry to interrupt you, but your time is up. And thank you so much for your important comments this morning.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Pitter. Laura, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to make a public comment today. My name is Laura Pitter, and I'm the current co-director of the U.S. program at Human Rights Watch. It's my honor to be here today to express my support on behalf of our organization for this task force and to honor during this meeting and Black History Month the African American heroes who initiated the fight for reparations and kept it alive over these many years in the United States. Human Rights Watch is an independent nonprofit organization that monitors and reports on human rights violations in more than 90 countries around the world, including the United States. We've supported reparations for enslavement and the legacy of it for decades, going back to the Durham Conference. Given that reparations for gross human rights violations, as slavery was, is well established in human rights law. For the last several years, we've increased our advocacy on the issue and made it a key priority. We've advocated strongly for the creation of a commission similar to the commission that's been established here in California at the federal level, though we also, where capacity allows, advocate for it at the local level as well. As I'm sure you all know, the full impact of creating laws and policies that forced hundreds of thousands of Africans to be enslaved in the US has never been fully examined or accounted for at the national level, nor has the impact of racist laws and policies that followed: Jim Crow, redlining, segregation, unprosecuted and investigated lynchings. It's never really been assessed. We know that the trauma of these policies has been passed down in a variety of ways through generations, and we support the idea that the type of reparation that needs to be provided has to be determined by the community impacted. So it's just I'm very pleased to be attending these essential sessions today, during which an accounting, at least for now, of how the impact has been felt here in this state is taking place. I really look forward to hearing from the speakers and the experts here so that we can learn from and be inspired by their actions in this history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pitter, for your comments this morning. Trini,
Our
next speaker.
Next speaker is Matthew Morris. Mr. Morris, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes. Matthew Morris. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next speaker. We have quite a few. I'll work with him in the background.
Okay.
Next speaker is Friday Jones.
Oh shoot, it's me.
Friday Jones, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. I am Friday Jones. My name is Kanta Jones Muhammad, and I'm co-chair of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants and a founding member of the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. I'm also a commissioner for the City of Los Angeles as appointed by Mayor Garcetti to the Reparations Advisory Commission, and today I am speaking as an individual. I advocate for reparations not just for myself, but for my mother, grandmother, and living family members who are survivors of Jim Crow law. It is also for the next 7 generations to come. My grandfather's family, the Ogburns, were sharecroppers in Caledonia, North Carolina. The land was claimed by the state in order to build a prison. To this date, that prison grows its own food. 7 generations ago, my great-grandmother Tracy was imported from the Congo and sold into servitude to Bernadette Martin, the wife of Lewis Martin of Charleston, South Carolina, and I quote, to hold the said Negro for her use and benefit as her property forever and her heirs on July 1st, 1779. This work is personal to me. Like many descendants of chattel slavery in the United States, there is no separation of our familial history and existence in this country from the country itself. At the last hearing, I read a list for you of considerations as you vote on eligibility, and I will read it again because it matters. Were your ancestors subject to the 3/5 Compromise at the United States Constitutional Convention in 1787, subject to the Casual Killing Act? Were your ancestors African or of African descent and enslaved in the United States, subject to hereditary slave laws from 1776 to 1865, subject to California's Fugitive Slave Law of 1852, subject to the Emancipation Proclamations that resulted in the establishment of the Freedmen's Bureau under the War Department for Refugees, enlisted as Negro Union soldiers during the Civil War and or received pensions under the General Law Pension System of 1862. Were your ancestors depositors into the Freedmen Bank, subject to convict leasing, black codes, or Jim Crow laws? Were your ancestors or grandparents part of what is known as the Great Migration from 1910 to 1970? Lineage-based reparations must be derived from the overwhelming laws endured by chattel slaves in the United States and their descendants for multiple generations. This is the work that this task force must do. I ask you to remember our ancestors, making their heirs the beneficiaries of reparations with the foresight that it will matter in a federal repair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for those powerful comments today. Next speaker, please.
Okay, we're going to try Matthew Morris again. Mr. Morris, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. He was having some mic issues. I'll just move to the next person.
Okay.
Phyllis Fulton, you have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I have the correct information about the conference. I'm in North Carolina, and I just learned about it last night. I don't know if it's just for people in California who are considering who should receive reparations. One thing that I wanted to say is, as you develop the laws, you remember or realize that you could be a model for the rest of the countries as they address the reparation issue. And the things that I would like for everyone to keep in mind is that after the law is passed, and we have to make sure that the issues related to a backlash addressed before, while as the law is being written, because a lot of times when we write laws, it's done out of reaction. It's a reactionary purpose, but we also have to think about the long term. How is it going to affect everyone, and how, or what can we do up front to make sure all of those backlash issues are addressed before it becomes a real national crisis. That's one of the things that I wanted to add, because I want to see everyone who's entitled to a reparation to be able to receive it, but I don't want to see a lot of backlash from various groups or various races or various nationalities. So if we work up front to address those, then that should take care of a lot of that as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton, for your comments. Trini?
The next speaker is Sisterella. You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Sisterella, are you ready to speak?
I'm sorry, good morning, or afternoon. I am a native Inglewoodtonian, I guess if you could say that. I am part of the Tatum family, and growing up as a monarch, the stories that you would hear in California about how the impact of slavery and the impact of, I'm sorry, the impact of discrimination has affected our communities in around Los Angeles was so detrimental. And I really would like reparations to definitely also make sure that mental health awareness is also included in reparations, and that a protective class status is set as a precedent in the reparations package for Californians. And at the end of the day, that lineage does matter, as Dr. Weber says, and that being a descendant of freedmen also means that we should be recognized in legislation throughout California as such. And just dating back to Cali House, and also bringing up the fact that we are representation of our ancestors who have been emancipated and did not get to be acknowledged. And so I would like to acknowledge my ancestors, the Tatum and Swearington family, and the Howard family, and the Smith family. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sisterella, for your comments this morning. Trini?
Okay, we are going to go back to Matthew Morris.
Okay.
Mr. Morris, you've been unblocked. You may now speak. You have 3 minutes.
Can everyone hear me now?
Very low, but yes.
Okay, apologies. So first off, and I've also been blessed with the opportunity to speak during the public comment section in January. I understand the importance of taking advantage of these occasions to be a part of the public comments. After all, my ancestors sacrificed life and limb for me to be able to speak here today. My grandmother cleaned schools and houses for her grandchild to one day be able to speak. My mother worked long hours inside and outside of the house to not only allow for me to be able to speak here today, but to do so with intelligence and confidence. So today, I would just like to remind us that we are all not here just for ourselves, not just for our ancestors, but for the ones that never made it to get to this point, for the ones that never survived the trip across the ocean, the ones that perished in bondage, to the many souls that sat in inhumane conditions in Gory Island, the place that my ancestral tribe of the Fula now inhabit, the men, women, and children that were taken from their native land only to see home within reach but would never step foot on its shores again. I say thank you for all of you that are contributing your time, your energy for this movement. The very work that you're doing, let me humbly remind us of all the saying that we must never forget, the wisdom of our elders that told us, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so with solidarity and love, I say that the work is not done. The soil is merely tilled. The sprouts are yet to have sprung, but they are coming. The harvest not yet reaped, but it is coming. The victory is not yet here, but it is coming. Let us continue to tend the work that needs to be done to provide a brighter tomorrow that will lessen the darkness that may emanate from the hardships of today. And to the souls that have profited from the system that has inflicted so much pain to our communities, the bill has come due. My name is Matthew Morris, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matthew Morris. Trini, our next speaker.
Okay. Our next speaker is Ernest. Ernest, you've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Oh, greetings, task force members. My name is Ernest Russell, and I'm located in the state of Michigan. Like always, I want to commend you guys for the work that you are doing. And, I just want to, build off of what previous speakers have already made clear. I think it's pretty evident that you guys are leading the nation on the topic of defining what a true reparations program should look like for the descendants of freedmen or those who share that pedigree. As a descendants of those who were held in bondage, I would like to ask that the task force support Secretary of State Weber's comments regarding the community of eligibility. I believe that, if you guys were to follow her definition of the community of eligibility, and not only her definition, but making sure that the program is lineage based, I believe that we would be taking a step that America has never done. which is addressing the specific group that it has harmed over the last few decades and centuries of this country's existence. And I think like many of your many of the presentations that were put together shows that we need to have some sort of specificity and focus that is geared towards the community of eligibility, specifically those who endured the harm, so that we actually get this right the first time around. This task of reparations for Black Americans who descend from slavery is actually a pretty large task, and I do commend you guys for some of the conversations that were held, as well as some of the proposals that were made by your task force. I think it's truly revolutionary. And, coming from the state of Michigan, where we only have a local city task force that's seeking to study reparations proposals in the city of Detroit, we are in hopes that we can also secure a state task force for the state of Michigan, in which we could achieve some of the same things that you guys are seeking to achieve, at least until the federal reparations program is passed. So with that being said, I just want to, ask the task force to consider, sticking with Shirley Weber's comments regarding the community of eligibility, and recognizing that if you guys were to do so, you would truly be doing a service to those who descend from freedmen or those who were formerly enslaved in America. And with that, I want to thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Russell. Trini, let's do a check-in. Public comment ends officially at 10:05, and that would be about 3 more speakers. How many do we have in the queue? Let's let Chair Moore know.
We have we have about 9 speakers still in the queue.
Yes, I was going to say just a point of order or clarification. The first panel officially starts at 10:15. And so given the ceremonial nature of today, we can extend the time up until our first panel up to 10:15. So if we have 9 speakers, that's great. If there's any additional speakers before the 10:15 a.m. mark, that's also fine.
Thank you. Our
Next
next speaker is Cato Amir. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Cato Amir here, and I'm just calling to speak about eligibility and say that eligibility should be limited to the people who are descendants of the people who actually went through the harms that were done. And reading up on California, I read that in 2021, California gave almost $2 million to people who are in the country illegally. If California can give almost $2 million, over $2 million to people in the country illegally in just a matter of months, they can definitely give resources and cash to those who are descendants of the people that were enslaved by the American government. So it's not a matter of what needs to be done, because the wrongs that have been done to Black Americans, freedmen as I call them, is well documented in the United States of America. It was going on until the 1970s, and the legacy still happens today. It's much easier to find the descendants of those who were enslaved by the American government than it is to find people in the country illegally who are usually trying to avoid authorities. So if we can do it for people in the country illegally, we could do it for people who built the country and has made it the great country it is that others seek to get into. And that's what I want to say right there. And I want to thank y'all for spearheading this initiative. It's funny that a state level government is taking on this task when federal leaders like Karen Bass of California is not doing it. She can't even bring herself to say the word Black. She says minority institutions. So I want to thank y'all for being bold enough to do something specifically for Black Americans who are descendants of the enslaved, because our federal leaders sure as hell are not doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amir. Trini, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Maya Iwataki. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Mia Iwataki, and first I'd like to really thank the task force for their hard work and for the education and for the report that's coming out and for the community engagement hearings that they're planning. I was a founding member of the National Coalition for Redress and Reparations. This was a campaign, as you all know, to win redress and reparations for the 120,000 people of Japanese descent who were put in concentration camps during World War II. Our movement for reparations was really inspired by the civil rights and liberation movements of the Black and Chicanos during the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And that was what guided our work as a grassroots organization. I wanted to also thank you for recognizing during Black History Month some of the legacy organizations that in the African American community that have been talking about reparations for years. This is how I first heard about reparations, through the Republic of New Africa members who talked about the concept of reparations, and it was very informative for us. One of the things I quickly wanted to say was we, working with Congressman Mervyn Dimley, who was my boss at the time and the chair of the Black Congressional Congress, did work with him to author a bill calling for immediate monetary reparations for the Japanese American people. But instead, the bill to establish a commission won. And at first we were very, doubtful about that because our people were dying. But I wanted to just say that the commission hearings changed my life. They were so healing. Our people were holding back for so many years. They were healing. They put a human face on the issue for the country, and they were unifying. And through our stories, we saw the shared histories that we as a people had with other communities of color in the United States. And so I really commend the work that you're planning to do on the community engagements. And our community, realizes that as we won monetary reparations, that we also have a responsibility and a desire to support other struggles for reparations. And with Nikkei Progressives and NCRR today, we are working with the some of the legacy organizations on to support HR 40, and we would offer.
Ms. Iwataki, I am so sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence and thought. Thank you so much for your comments today. We really appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Woolard Lett. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Woolard Lett. I was born and spent my early childhood in Mississippi. I currently serve as the male co-chair for the New England chapter of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. And we commend California for the work that you're doing, but we also want to remind California that reparations means full repair. And COBRA has identified 5 injury areas that are a result of African chattel enslavement and its ongoing vestiges here in American society. But in addition to those 5 injury areas, we've also identified 5 remedies which are outlined in international law. One of those remedies is compensation. We agree that compensation is necessary, but while necessary, it is insufficient to provide full repair for the injuries of African chattel enslavement and its vestiges. In addition to compensation, we require and request rehabilitation, both physical and mental rehabilitation for the injuries that have been caused in the area of health. We require and request restitution. Restitution is restoring a people to its former stature and status, and to address the injury area of peoplehood, nationhood that was suffered by as a result of African chattel enslavement and its ongoing vestiges. A third remedy is cessation and guarantee of non-repeat. We don't have to talk a lot about that. We see as we look around the kinds of things that are happening, this ongoing legal lynchings as well as extrajudicial killings that we see in our communities across the land. And finally, there's satisfaction. Satisfaction, according to our esteemed elder Dorothy Benton Lewis, it's not over till we say it's over. We need satisfaction. We cannot allow the fox to decide what's enough for the hen house for the crimes that they have committed. So we thank you for beginning, taking this step on this journey, and we look forward to supporting you in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lett. Our next speaker, Trini.
Our next speaker is Reginald McKinley. You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Reginald McKinley. Just want to make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me? Thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for forming and being part of this reparations task force. As an individual who lives in Southern California, specifically Los Angeles, I know how important it is to connect the dots on how we've been impacted and in what ways we look to repair. Specifically, I would love to connect with you all and partner with you. I've done extensive research on Capitol Hill and from local level up to federal level, and I'm interested in really putting my hands in and doing some lifting with you all. I've applied for the research role that you guys have listed as the research data specialist. And so if you're interested in having that type of help, I'm open to it, and I would love to connect with whoever is over that process. Again, if there's someone I could talk to, email or something, throw it in the chat. Other than that, I'm going to stay on and just really absorb what you guys are offering and see in which other ways I can support all that you are doing. Thank you so much, and have a beautiful day and a great meeting.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney. Trini, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Dr. Kimberly Ellis. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I want to thank the California Reparations Task Force and Dr. Shirley Weber for her leadership, both in California and federally, as she works with HR 40 to continue the work of the late John Conyers and that of NCOBRA, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, and specifically Omari Obadeli, who started that work. I helped personally launch and work directly on the legal case for the Tulsa Reparations Commission, which I believe is the first modern state-led reparations justice claim. So I really honor the work that the California Task Force is doing today. I worked directly with Charles Ogletree, Johnny Cochran, Randall Robinson, Ajiwa Ayatoro, Dennis Sweet, and Michelle Robinson, and others. And I want to honor that work. I'm really glad that Hakeem Jeffries put in Tulsa in HR 40 because I really believe that it is the quintessential case that will answer this call for reparations. I support reparations of direct payments for the lineage of African Americans enslaved in the United States and for all Black people for modern systemic racism and injustice, especially those who are victims of police and citizen brutality, such as Laquan McDonald, Sandra Bland, Ahmaud Arbery, and Dante Wright, and others. Obviously, we also know George Floyd. So I want to stand here just in honor of my ancestors and ask you all to definitely consider that we really shaped American democracy, especially during Reconstruction. We were denied justice. We were denied everything that we worked for, literally from that period of Reconstruction until now. It's been nothing but a struggle. It's been nothing but rollbacks. Every time we make an achievement, we have white supremacists that are in the American government that work very hard to roll back those achievements. One example is the John Boyd Farmers Compensation Bill. I also want to point out that Donald Trump worked very hard to make sure that white South Africans displaced Black Mississippi farmers. So we really need to get very specific and to work to be very clear about the work that we're doing. So I support you all. I stand by you all. I stand by all who are working on reparations because it's a very tough situation to have to convince the public that it needs support. And I also want to hold space for those who are working on the federal level. I invite the CBC to actually finish getting involved, and to also for the other Democrats and Republicans to make a stand for Black America once and for all. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis. Thanks for your comments. Next speaker, please. Trini, do we have anyone else?
The next
Check,
speaker,
check.
Cash Gaines. You have 3 minutes.
Yo, peace to the panel, peace and reparations, and to Don Tamaki, a deep bow. I want to say first, we're considering this Black Future Month. I just want to make that clear. I want to say, since this specific meeting is about current efforts for reparations, I wanted to mention direct cash payments specifically. I feel like plenty of people are able to speak to what the issue has been. I just want to speak to what I think some of the redress could look like. I mentioned months ago when I called into, I would say, the second task force about Oregon's Senate Bill 619, which offers lifetime payments of $123,000 a year, tax-free. I'm suggesting that California multiplies that by 10 for California, just based on its economy. I ain't no math surgeon, but clearly lifetime payments are an example of what true redress can be, instead of just a single check. I just want to make that clear. By the way, the Holocaust reparations claim was three-pronged, and one of those prongs was $125 million of lifetime payments as well. And we can also shout out Obama, who gave them $12 million of American money. I want to mention that for direct cash payments, our elders who've survived to 50 years old and above, I don't want to set a specific, age, not out of disrespect, but they need to receive an upfront cash payment as well. It shouldn't be that we're all receiving a check at the same amount at the same time. Our elders who survived this system need $5 million up front if California can achieve it. Now, Evanston was mentioned earlier for housing. I think it should be well understood that $25,000 stipends when the housing market is $400,000 there means that $40,000 is how much you need for a down payment. We need to make sure that the numbers are correct there, which is why I want to mention the Japanese reparations claim. Mr. Tamaki and I'm sure Ms. Iwataki, who called in earlier, already know that they received direct cash payments, but their checks were based on the appraisal of their houses in the 1940s and not in modern day. We're not falling for that same trick bag again. We want our 40 acres, as a realtor said earlier, and we're not forgetting the mule. Y'all know I called in saying it's 40 acres in a Tesla. We can call it an electric vehicle. There's a Black-owned electric car company, Mims Motors, and California already pays $14,000 towards the first electric vehicle that anyone buys there through the federal EV tax credit, as well as the California one. So they can extend that to pay for Black Americans' electric vehicle, have us in a clean Black History, Black Future Month world. And lastly, HR 40, as was mentioned early, is named after 40 acres and a mule. I just want to make that clear, that 40 acres is owed to the descendants of American chattel slavery who were here at the end of 1865. No one who came after. Thank you guys for the space and time.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Thanks for your comments today. All right, Trini, how many more people do we have in the queue at this point?
There are 4, including the next speaker.
Very good. Okay.
Okay, the next speaker is Harriet Barton. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello. Thank you, panel. Thank you for all of your work. And I usually call in every time do public comment. And I know you guys have heard the word lineage a lot today. So I know you'll be focused on the fact that these reparations also on the federal level should be lineage based. And it's not that hard to prove who's eligible because people know, if they were born here, their parents, their great grandparents, and people know what they've identified as. And I think Dr. Garrity's looking in his book, it makes sense to have a 10-year thing there where you've identified as that, because people will have changed who they identify as, but it's not that hard to figure those two things out. So lineage is number one. It's very important. I wish it would have been decided earlier, but I know you guys have to do the work. And also reparations is cash. I mean, everybody knows it's cash because cash is a lot of things, but it's also policy and protection and enforcement of those policies is very important, and only the government can do that. And I'm hoping that California can be this great model and that it will spill over to federal reparations. It's just not that hard to figure it out. And also, you know, if any jobs are coming from that, it needs to be to benefit the people, the ADOS people. And I'm saying that because no one was talking about reparations recently until that infamous hashtag that people don't like to talk about. I didn't start it, but I do follow it. American Descendants of Slavery. No one was really talking about reparations. It was dead on arrival. Yes, we have HR 40, but HR 40 is trash. It's going nowhere. And it should just die on the Senate floor because it's not going to benefit the people. And also, we're in California, and I wish that the focus would be on discrimination here. Yes, discrimination is a problem, but it's here. All you have to do is look at the streets. Look at all the homeless people. Most of them are Black, probably ADOS. And I bet these people have been discriminated against. Maybe employment, who knows what. But we have a big problem here. We have a language discrimination problem. You can't even get employed unless you're speaking Spanish, so they say. And that's a huge problem. And my daughter had to leave this state last year just to be gainfully employed. And it has affected me as well. And I'm sure a lot of people, if you would just ask the people. So I just wish you just focus on the lineage, please. And also, I think that's all. And I just want to say, please don't let AB 3121 be trash. I just have to say that. Don't let it die on a Senate floor somewhere. It needs to be the focus of lineage. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, Ms. Barton, for your comments this morning. Next
The
speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tony Tinker. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Tony Tinker. I have spoken towards the panel several times, and I also applaud your work for moving forward. I work for California State University, Sacramento, and I sit on the Black Parallel School Board, which has lawsuits towards discrimination of for special education students. I sat on the advisory board for Sacramento City for Black students because of the discrimination. I've also worked with Dr. Shirley Weber on various bills, especially ethnic studies, as a humanities advisor towards ethnic studies, and that was passed. But I'm speaking to you today on my own behalf because of personally, this work has impacted me. This work has pushed me to look at my own heritage, my own lineage, and go back and look at and explore that. And I found some surprising things. And the students that I work with every day and see every day, and the average Black people that are here in Sacramento who have been dealing with discrimination in Sacramento for a very long time, need to know these things, need to have the power. So I hope that you continue to do whatever reparations come, whatever monetary values come. I hope that you had a speaker talk about that there was a patchwork of finding our lineage, finding our history. And I hope that you empower everyday people to do this and give them the power of the shields and so forth, because many of our young folks would do more things if they knew they came from this lineage, if they knew they came from these people who fought in this way. And even if it is a very small way, we need to think about those young people that we are pushing forth, where someone said it's 7 generations down the road we're looking at. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tinker. Trini, I believe we have 2 more speakers.
Yes, there's still one pending, but he's not pressing continue. So hopefully he will before the next 2 finish. The next speaker is Angela Nirvana. You've been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
We can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you and good morning. Just a second. I'm so sorry. A new report from the Pew Research Center highlights striking data about the population growth of Black immigrants in the U.S. According to the study, there were 4.6 million Black immigrants living in the U.S. in 2019, an increase of 3% since 1980. The report adds that about 1 in 10 Black people living in the U.S. are not born in America. As of 2019, 60.8 million Hispanics are in the US, 10 million of whom are in California. 18.64 million are Asian, 41.99 million Blacks in the US, 4.6 million of which are Black immigrants. At this rate, according to the data, the country's Black immigrant population would eventually exceed US-born Blacks. The US Black immigrant population is expected to increase to 9.5 million by 2060, doubling the current total. About 9% of Black people in the US are second-generation Americans who have at least one parent born abroad, according to Pew. Looking at the socioeconomic status of Black immigrants, the data reveals that they have more college degrees than US-born Blacks and a higher median household income and wealth than freedmen. Still, it states, and I quote, Black immigrants face the same amount of discrimination as freedmen Black born in the US, the study concludes. Now see, this is what is troubling to me when it comes to that statement. Black immigrants who have more education than freedmen Black, more home and business ownership, more income and wealth, by and large do not live amongst the freedmen whose national median incomes are less than $40,000 since COVID. And the median home price here in California is $834,000. Black immigrants do not suffer the same rates of police brutality and state-sanctioned executions, preschool to prison pipelines, incarceration, foster care, unemployment, underemployment, homelessness, lack of home and business ownership. It is imperative that we address the weaponization of immigration against freedmen to make us the permanent bottom caste in the country our ancestors built with their lives. It is imperative to disaggregate Blackness so the state will see its abject failure wherein freedmen is concerned. It is imperative that those of us who've been legislated out of this state and counting receive redress because of the policies here. It's imperative that we do this so that you can clearly see that Black immigrants who by and large just got here aren't owed reparations. I
Ms.
thank
Nevada?
you so much for your work and for allowing me to share. God
Thank
bless you
you.
all.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments this morning. Trini, we are, and Chair Moore, I believe we are close to the end of our public comment speakers. And
There are
Trini, we can have one more?
Two left.
more? Okay.
Kenneth Henry, you are next. You have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Henry. I am a proud member of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. But even more than that, I was born and raised in the great state of Virginia, and all of my ancestral lines begin and end there. The state where all of this began. It is painful to sit here and to listen at us as a people go against each other. We all have to admit that our ancestral blood is mixed into the soil of this country for forever. I would like to honor this task force. I am so proud to be a part of this event. It's historical. And as a advocate for passage of HR 40, these are learning moments for me. And I am sitting here grasping every piece of information because even as we can all agree, money is good. Yes, we agree direct payments must happen, but no amount of money, no check, no matter how large, can repair 400 plus years of harms and injuries. And we must be about not just the money. And someone said it, if it's going to be money, we should be able to establish a fund and draw down from that fund into perpetuity, because we all know if we got a direct payment, it cannot cure the harms of the mental health issues that we deal with every day, the physical health issues that were laid bare with COVID-19. In around the country in urban areas, we have some major issues with our young people. A check cannot repair those harms. We have to be about the business of curing our communities. And in order to do that, we must have true redress. I'm not going to belabor all that you have said, other than to say, while I agree direct payments are appropriate, we have to have true redress. I would like to say that the State of the Union message is Tuesday night. I would ask all of us to definitely call upon the president to do more for people of African descent. He has a Black agenda. I have not seen much come out of that agenda, and reparations are definitely long overdue. In ending my conversation, I would like to also honor Dr. Shirley Nash Weber for her vision, for her ability to follow through on it. But I also want to acknowledge someone in the state of California that I believe is an ancestor and whose shoulders I think we all stand on, and that is Queen Biddy Mason. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Thanks for your comments. Trini, this is our next.
Our last speaker. Last speaker is Christopher Lodgson. You have been unmuted. You now have 3 minutes.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. First of all, I want to thank everybody who is watching, who is listening. This has been a fire public comment session. I want to thank everybody in the chat, everybody who is watching on YouTube. Also, this has been an amazing, again, public comment session. I want to say one thing about eligibility quickly, and then I'm going to give some official comment from CJEC, Coalition for Just and Equitable California. So I'm going to speed up a little bit here on eligibility. My position is pretty simple. Reparations are for those of us who descend from U.S. slavery in this country. So it's a lineage-based claim, specifically and exclusively. I don't think we can mess with that. It's not just a moral issue. It's not just a right or wrong issue. I think you're going to hear from Professor Chemerinsky today that it's also a legal issue. If we don't make this lineage-based, then we are going to raise not just a Prop 209 challenge, so not just a Section 31 of the California Constitution challenge. We're also going to raise possibly a 14th Amendment challenge, and possibly also going to raise a Civil Rights Act challenge from the 1960s Civil Rights Acts. So we have a legal obligation and also a moral obligation to make this reparations eligibility question lineage-based. I want to put my CJEC hat on right now, though, and give some official comment. One, thank you all. You are all making Black history. We are all making Black history this month. That includes everyone on this task force and everyone in the chat and everyone that's been a part of all of this work to get us to this point. We're all closer to reparations today because of all of the work that everyone is doing here. That's everyone. So those are watching, talking in the chat, commenting on the phone, and on this task force. Thank you for selecting CJEC as an anchor organization. Also want to thank California Black Women's Health Project for being our fiscal sponsor to make that possible. I want to thank ETN Media Group for live streaming the meetings right now on YouTube. Shout out to the YouTube chat, what's going on. And also I want to invite everyone here to our next community listening session, which is going to be an independent listening session on Tuesday, March 1st, next Tuesday in Richmond, California. You can get more information about that at our Twitter, our Facebook, and our Instagram at CJEC Official. Join us. We're going to be live in person in the community like we always do. Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Lodgins. Thank you all. We have now reached the allotted time for public comment today. If you are not able to provide comment, we invite you to attend future public meetings. There's one tomorrow morning, or submit written comments or testimony via email at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. Thank you, Trini. And I will now turn it back to Chair Moore. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Martin Walton and Ms. Hurtado, for facilitating the public comment period. And thanks to all who provided public comment this morning. But before we get to our illustrious, yes, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized, but we have to approve the minutes from January. Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
I went through the minutes, approved, then I asked to be recognized.
Yes. So there's a motion on the floor to approve the minutes as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
So it has been properly moved and seconded to approve the January meeting minutes as presented. Parliamentarian Johnson, may you please cue the vote for a roll call?
Yes, I will. Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to note that there are a couple of edit suggestions, nothing in terms of content, but just minor edits on both the January 27th and January 28th meeting minutes. And I've highlighted those in yellow and I can send them back to the staff. There's small things like, you know, extra words in a sentence, or on page 14 under funding, under the funding heading, it should say the Bunch Center, not the Bunch Foundation. So I don't want to take up all of the time to go through those, but I can give those to DOJ. Again, nothing substantively content change edits.
That would be perfect. Thank you, Dr. Grills.
Madam Chair, you want to change your motion to approve as amended?
Sure. So we can, yes. So the motion is, do we approve the minutes as corrected or as amended? Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so it's been properly moved and seconded that the January meeting minutes will be amended pursuant to the comments of Member Grills. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, Parliamentarian Johnson, may cue the roll call vote, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the task force, I want to share in the spirit of the acknowledgement that our chairperson of African American History Month.
Vice Chair Brown, we'll hear comments from you, but we need to finish the vote, and then I'll go right to you before we go to our panel.
Excuse me, I didn't know you would. Go ahead.
No problem.
Go ahead.
So I think she's asking for your vote on the minutes as amended. Aye or nay?
Aye.
Is that Vice Chair Brown, aye?
Yes, it's
Member
aye.
Bradford? Thank you. Member Bradford? Member Grills? Aye. Member Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Member Holder? Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis, aye. Member Tamaki? Member Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Excuse me. Madam Chair? Six members voted aye. No members voted nay.
Thank you. So the vote was 6 ayes and 0 nays. The ayes have it and the motion carries. The minutes are approved as amended. So before we introduce our illustrious panelists for our first panel, I would like to return to Vice Chair Brown for any remarks that he has. Vice Chair Brown, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the task force. I beg your indulgence that I would share with you that in the spirit of our chairperson who acknowledged that we are meeting now in the wake of observing another African American history month, that it would be a good thing for us to acknowledge, since our two sisters came on and spoke from the Japanese community in support of our efforts, that we would also state the historical fact that it was in 1944, when unfortunately this nation, under the leadership of FDR, brought this painful experience to the Japanese community, putting 120 people in those concentration camps. During that painful period, it was a Black Baptist preacher, theologian, and scholar, Dr. Howard Washington Thurman, who here in San Francisco, in alliance with Dr. John Fisk at San Francisco State, called into being the first interfaith, interracial church in these United States of America, at the first Congregational Church here on Franklin Street. And they established their first item on their agenda, coming out in defense of the Japanese community and calling for this nation to back off of its evil deed of putting people of Japanese ancestry in those concentration camps. Secondly, I wish to acknowledge here that it was a Black Baptist preacher again named George Washington Williams who really got us on our way in terms of acknowledging our rich, royal, and rewarding history. And this man was brought to our attention by the one and only John Hope Franklin, who wrote From Slavery to Freedom, and his definitive memoirs, Mirror to America, where he underscored the fact that George Washington Williams was the first great Black historian back in 1882 who wrote that book. He wrote a book, and what was the title of that book? That was Definitive Scholarship. It 82. So thank you very much. And I think it'd be a good thing for us all to pass this on to our present audience and to our descendants, so we will know exactly, according to the historical record that's authentic, how it all got started.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Brown, for those remarks and providing additional historical context. So without further ado, I would like to turn to the first panel of today, which is on the historical overview of Black History Month and reparations efforts. So I will now introduce two panelists. Our first panelist is Nkechi Taifa. Nkechi Taifa is founder, principal, and CEO of the Taifa Group, LLC, a social enterprise firm whose mission is to advance justice. She also convenes the Justice Roundtable, a broad network of advocacy groups advancing progressive justice system reform, and serves as a senior fellow at the Center for Justice at Columbia University. Nkechi currently serves on the legal advisory team of the legacy of the GU 272 Alliance, which are the descendants of the 1838 Jesuit cell of 272 enslaved persons, which ensured the survival of Georgetown University. Nkechi is the past president of the DC chapter of the National Conference of Black Lawyers and a founding member and former co-chair of the Legislative Commission of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. She is a member of the National African American Reparations Commission and an advisor to the Institute of the Black World 21st Century. We will also hear from Adjoa Ayatoro. Adjoa Ayatoro is a lawyer and activist and the former executive director of the National Conference of Black Lawyers from 1993 to 1997. She was the chief legal consultant to the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, or NCOBRA, and co-chairperson of their Reparations Coordinating Committee. Civil rights lawyer and civic activist Adjoa Ayatoro earned an AB degree in 1967 from Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts, and a master's of social work degree in 1969 from George Warren Brown School of Social Work. In 1978, she graduated cum laude from the St. Louis University School of Law. Ayatoro served as a staff attorney with the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice beginning in 1978, and then joined the National Prison Project of the American Civil Liberties Union Foundation as an attorney in 1982. Ayatoro taught law at American University and served on the law faculty of University of Arkansas at Little Rock. So first we'll hear from Ms. Taifa, and then we'll hear from Ms. Ayatoro. And they both have a noon, and that will also comprise of questions and answers from the task force members. So without further ado, welcome to our two illustrious panelists. And Ms. Taifa, you may begin your expert testimony when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Chair Moore, Vice Chair Brown, esteemed members of the California Reparations Task Force, and public at large. I'd like to start out by saying that what the state of California is engaging in right now is history in the making, and your efforts as the first state to establish a commission to study and develop reparation proposals is to be loudly applauded. I'd like to know if you can see me on the screen right now. Because I don't, okay. Good. So my presentation will reflect on the history of the reparations movement in the United States. I have been actively working on issues involving reparations since 1975, at a time when the topic was not popular, when it was on the fringes, not fashionable. It was a time when one would be branded as a militant, which I was, or revolutionary, which I was, or just plain crazy, which I was not. So it gives me much pleasure that today, some of the leading minds in this country are promoting the right to and the need for reparations. Now, despite, or perhaps because of today's surge in attention to this issue of longstanding import, I feel it critical that we all understand that the demand for reparations in the United States for unpaid labor and terrorism during the enslavement era and post-slavery discrimination is not novel or new and did not begin in the 21st century. The claim did not drop from the sky with Ta-Nehisi Coates' brilliant Atlantic magazine article, The Case for Reparations, or for Randall Robinson's impassioned book, The Debt, What America Owes to Blacks, both of which galvanized the issue in different decades and thrust it into national conversation. Talk about reparations did not start with Hannah Nicole Jones' article in the New York Times or because of threads on Twitter. Indeed, there has been no substantial period of time when the call for redress has been neglected. Two of the first formal records for reparations in the United States that were pursued and won came from formerly enslaved Black women, Belinda Sutton Royal and Henrietta Wood, who successfully sued their former slave owners' estates, Belinda in Massachusetts and Henrietta in Kentucky. At the end of the Civil War, newly freed Black leaders worked closely with General Sherman in fashioning the concept of 40 acres, which he incorporated in his special field order number 15, only to have the critical compensatory provision stripped by President Andrew Johnson. In 1898, Callie House and Isaiah Dickerson spearheaded the first mass-based reparations movement in the United States, the National Ex-Slave Mutual Relief, Bounty, and Pension Association. The organization embraced 600,000 dues-paying members seeking compensation from federal agencies in the form of pensions for the aging persons formerly held in enslavement, their surviving spouses, caregivers, and heirs. Callie House was targeted, wrongly convicted, and imprisoned for a year and a day on bogus mail fraud charges in 1917 for her grassroots organizing work. On the heels of Callie House's movement was Marcus Garvey and the Universal Improvement Association during the early part of the 20th century, which galvanized hundreds of thousands of Black people. And that movement was also destabilized by government forces and Garvey unjustly imprisoned and deported. One of his followers, Queen Mother Audley Moore, born in Louisiana in 1898, championed the cause of reparations throughout the 20th century. But she was perhaps the most vocal advocate for reparations during the 1950s and 60s. In both 1957 and 1959, she presented a petition to the United Nations against genocide and for self-determination and land, and was active in every major reparations movement until her death in 1996. Malcolm X talked about the concept of reparations in his speeches. Martin Luther King proposed a Bill of Rights for the Disadvantaged, which emphasized redress for both the historical victimization and exploitation of Blacks, as well as their present day degradation. Consistently, the Nation of Islam's publications, Muhammad Speaks and later The Final Call, demanded that the United States exempt Black people from all taxation as long as we are deprived of equal justice. In 1966, the Black Panther Party listed the issue of payback for slave labor and the overdue debt of 40 acres as point number 3 of their 10-point program. In 1968, the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa proclaimed in its Declaration of Independence that we claim no rights from the United States of America other than those rights belonging to oppressed people anywhere in the world, and these include the right to damages, reparations. In April 1969, the Black Manifesto was adopted at the National Black Economic Development Conference, which included a demand that white churches and synagogues pay $500 million in reparations to Black people in the U.S., touted as only the beginning of the amount owed. The following month, civil rights activist James Foreman interrupted Sunday service at the Riverside Church in New York to announce the reparations demand from his Black Manifesto. In 1972, the National Black Political Convention in Gary, Indiana, adopted the anti-depression program of the Republic of New Africa, an act authorizing the payment of a sum of money in reparations for slavery, and a negotiating committee between representatives of the United States and the Black nation to determine kind, dates, and other details of paying reparations. The Mississippi Loyalist delegation to the Democratic National Convention accepted the anti-depression program that same year. Throughout the 1960s through the 1980s, just about every radical Black organization had the issue of reparations as part of their platform in some way, shape, form, or fashion, including the African People's Socialist Party, whose African National Reparations Organization spearheaded annual reparations tribunals, the December 12th movement, which mobilized internationally, the People's Organization, the National Black United Front, just to name a few. Broad national attention to the call for reparations for descendants of Africans enslaved in the United States unquestionably accelerated with the 1987 founding of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, in COBRA. The spark for its founding emanated from a September 1987 conference on race and the Constitution at Harvard Law School, spearheaded by the National Conference of Black Lawyers. Reparations had always been a part of Black nationalist and Pan-Africanist agendas, but now there was interest from a Black legal organization fueled by receptiveness from a key NCBL leader and fellow panelist at this hearing, Ajua Ayatoro. She invited Imari Obadeli, president of the Republic of New Africa, Chokwe Lumumba, co-founder of the New African People's Organization, and myself, along with economist Richard America, to address the issue of the constitutionality of reparations on the panel at Harvard and to discuss whether the US Constitution should be amended with a reparations demand. The three of us longstanding champions in the New African Independence Movement jointly concluded that there was no need to amend the Constitution because the basis for the Black nation's claim for reparations already existed within it. Our presentations from that conference were compiled in a small, power-packed but lengthy title book published in 1987 called Reparations Yes, the Legal and Political Reasons Why New Africans, Black people in the United States should be paid now for the enslavement of our ancestors and for war against us after slavery. Our presentations were replete with historical precedents for reparations, New African political science, and analysis of international law, including our revolutionary fervor promoting the right to self-determination. Indeed, we felt the issue of self-determination for the descendants of Africans held as slaves in the United States to be key and central to a reparatory justice demand. Why? Because after the enslavement era, Black people never had the opportunity to decide for ourselves what our future would hold, with full appreciation of our options and reparations to put our choices into reality. Would we repatriate back to Africa? If so, how? Would we settle in the independent Haiti Republic or somewhere else in the diaspora? Would we accept the US offer of 14th Amendment citizenship into the new white nation they were developing and strive to make a multiracial democracy bill? Due to severed homeland ties, will we plant our own flag in the ground in this country that we worked and built, negotiate with the native peoples, and establish our own independent Black nation on this soil? Our theory was that a reparations settlement must include the manifestation of each of these options through a national plebiscite, inclusive of both direct and group benefits. For those who wish to repatriate, they should have sufficient resources to make that reintegration a reality, as well as for those who wish to immigrate elsewhere. For those who wish to force this country to respect our rights as full citizens, that option must be accompanied by transformative change in policies and practices, closure of the Black-white wealth gap, elimination of educational and health disparities, cessation of mass incarceration disproportionately impacting Black people, and release of Black political prisoners. And for those who wish to establish an independent nation state on this soil, following the model of 5 states in the South or elsewhere, to likewise have the economic resources and political diplomatic recognition to make that self-determination choice a reality. Thus, the issue of reparations for brothers Imari, Chokwe, and myself was nothing new. It wasn't anything special or separate from what we have been engaged in for years as part of the New African Independence Movement. But what would come next and how it was handled was pivotal to the momentum that we see today. Black Reparations Commission President Dorothy Lewis, who worked closely with the Republic of New Africa and the African National Reparations Organization, had earlier witnessed firsthand while living in Alaska the Native Alaskan land claim reparations lawsuit and envisioned a similar result for African descendants in the US. She urged RNA President Imari Obadeli to convene a national gathering on reparations to discuss how to increase its exposure and make the issue of reparations a household word. I credit Brother Imari for downplaying the new African independence politics outlined in our co-authored Reparations Yes book and agreeing to issue the call for reparations-loving people to convene in Washington to discuss, among other agenda items, how to move the issue of reparations for Black people in the United States forward. Brother Imari could have demanded that everyone had to refer to Black people as, quote, new Africans. But he didn't. He could have demanded that the only way forward was nation to nation reparations. But he didn't. We all could have succumbed to the very present U.S. government orchestrated COINTELPRO counterintelligence program that was tearing Black and progressive organizations apart. But we didn't. The higher ground was taken. And then Mario Bedelli made the unifying call for a mass-based gathering of activists not beholden to any specific ideology. And it was out of that historic September 26, 1987 gathering that the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, NCOBA, was born, bringing diverse groups under one umbrella. It was the perfect storm. The Black Power movement was open and receptive to a broad-based approach to advance the issue of reparations. The Black activist legal community largely sanctioned the Black nationalist effort, and we all were invigorated by the movement of the Civil Liberties Act in Congress, which would become law the following year, granting reparations to Japanese Americans. And so, it was in the throes of that fertile environment that NCOBA picked up the long-standing mantle of justice, reinvigorated the demand for reparations for the descendants of Africans enslaved in the United States, and broadened the concept through massive public education, accompanied by legislative and litigation-based initiatives. And I would like to briefly reflect on the new movement's legislative strategies and the progenitors of the modern era reparation litigation strategies, Ajura Adutoro and Deidre Palman Farmer, are witnesses with me at this hearing today, and I'm sure they'll discuss the pivotal work they have been involved with on litigation fronts. Encouraged by the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, which granted reparations to Japanese Americans, and in response to the dogged persistence of a Detroit constituent known as Reparations Ray Jenkins, Congressman John Conyers expressed interest in introducing a reparations bill for the enslavement era and its vestiges in Congress. He felt that the recent passage of reparations for Japanese Americans, which started with a commission to study the issue, would be a strong precedent for Black people. Was everyone in this latest iteration of the reparations movement on one accord with a reparations study bill? Absolutely not. There were heated differences of opinion with many in the movement, questioning the need for continued study, that it was time for reparations now. Differences in strategy are not new. There were differences within the Japanese American community as to their strategy for reparations. There were differences with Jewish communities as to strategies. The key to success, however, lies in how differences are handled. Do they devolve into negative personal attacks, or are they handled with respectful discussion and analysis? After invigorating principled debate and an agreement to respectfully disagree by some, the majority strategic decision was made to work closely with Congressman Conyers and his staff in fashioning federal legislation. This resulted in the 1989 introduction of the Commission to Study Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act, later to be numbered HR 40, in remembrance of the thwarted 19th century promise to provide freed Blacks 40 acres and a mule. In essence, Representative Conyers' study commission bill provided the cover and the vehicle to have a public policy discussion on the issue of reparations, not only in the Congress of the United States, but across the country as well. As chair of NCOBA's legislative commission during those early years, the approach proved to be powerfully strategic. Its beauty was that the HR Study Commission bill was a less threatening and much easier approach through which to garner the much needed support for the concept of reparations that had been lacking in America and across the country. Indeed, it was the perfect education and mobilization tool that served to fertilize the ground for later broader mainstream acceptance. From 1990 through the early years of the 21st century, NCOBRA chapter members and supporters influenced several state legislatures and scores of city councils across the country to pass reparation-themed legislation or resolutions endorsing H.R. 40. In 1990, the Louisiana House of Representatives passed a resolution in support of reparations. In 1991, State Senator Bill Owens introduced legislation into the Massachusetts Senate providing for the payment of reparations for slavery, the slave trade, and individual discrimination against the people of African descent born or residing in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In 2001, the California State Assembly passed a resolution in support of reparations. And also in 2001, a bill was introduced in the New York State Assembly to create a commission to quantify the debt owed to African Americans. NCOBRA chapters throughout the country encouraged city councils to endorse H.R. 40 with the passage of successful resolutions in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, the California City Councils of Alameda County, Berkeley, Compton, Foster City, Inglewood, Los Angeles, Oakland, East Palo Alto, and San Francisco, the District of Columbia, Atlanta, Georgia, Chicago, and Evanston, Illinois, Baltimore, Maryland, Detroit, Michigan, Jackson and Claiborne County, Mississippi, St. Louis, Missouri, the New Jersey City Councils of Camden, Passaic County, Patterson and Newark, Cleveland, Ohio, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Dallas and Fort Worth, Texas, Burlington, Vermont, Richmond, Virginia. All of these legislative mobilizations occurred over 2 decades before candidates vying for the 2020 Democratic nomination took center stage. The strategy advanced by NCOBRA over 30 years ago achieved its goal of making reparations a household word. And it's now past time to bring that household word into reality. I am a part of the inaugural cohort of commissioners on the National African American Reparations Commission, NARC, convened in 2015 by Dr. Von Daniels at the Institute of the Black World 21st Century. NARC, under the leadership of fellow Commissioner Cam Howard, current co-chair of NCOBRA, revisited the strategy of the 1989 Reparations Study Commission bill and proposed to Congressman Conyers that the legislation be updated from a mere study bill to a remedy bill. Thus, in 2016, the bill was revised to also incorporate the actual development of reparation proposals, now titled the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act. And in addition, NARC has advanced a comprehensive yet preliminary 10-point program to guide reparatory justice demands by people of African descent in the U.S. Although my primary focus is obtaining reparations for the descendants of Africans enslaved in or subjected to Jim Crow laws in the U.S., it is important to recognize that the pursuit for reparations in the United States is also part of the international movement for reparations. As such, I've worked closely with supporters of reparations throughout the world, recognizing that the success of the movement for reparations for diasporic Africans anywhere advances the movement for reparations by Africans and African descendants everywhere. I am thrilled that my quest to have reparations seen as a legitimate concept for Black people beginning when I was a teenager during the 1970s is today becoming a reality. And while cash payments remain an important and necessary component of any claim for damages, the harms were multifaceted, thus the remedies must be so as well. A reparations settlement must be fashioned in as many ways as necessary to equitably address the countless manifestations of injury sustained from the enslavement era and its continuing vestiges and living legacies that collectively comprise a crime against humanity. In conclusion, Queen Mother Audley Moore has been crowned as the undisputed mother of the modern era reparations movement in the United States. And although the genius and role of Brother Imari Obadeli played is largely absent from the popular annals of reparations lore, he has been acknowledged as the movement's father. And the story of Queen Mother Dorothy Lewis has yet to be written. I am inspired by the memory of the three of them, and as I conclude, I will call their names in libation, and please repeat after you hear their names, if you so wish, the word Ashe which means also, so be it. Queen Mother Audley Moore, Ashe. Let's see if we can get this, see my little libation there. Okay. Brother President Imari Obadeli, Ashe. Queen Mother Dorothy Lewis, Ashe. Belinda Royale, Ashe. Henrietta Wood, Ashe. Callie House, Ashe. Isaiah Dickinson, Ashe. Marcus Garvey, Ashe. Elijah Muhammad, Ashe. Reparations Ray Jenkins, Ashe. Chokwe Lumumba, Ashe. Ahmed Obafemi, Ashe. Christopher Alston, Ashe. Dara Abubakari, Darcy McIntyre, Ashe. Hannibal Afrique, Ashe. And Jerry Algani, Ashe. Kalanji Olusegun, Ashe. Kwame Afo, Ashe. Milton McGriff, Ashe. Dr. Ronald Walters, Ashe. Herman Ferguson, Ashe. Omawali K. Fing, Ashe. Erlene Arikpo, Ashe. Nia Kumba, Ashe. Marilyn Killingham, Ashe. Conrad Warrell, Ashe. Aldari Ali, Ashe. Askia Muhammad, Ashe. State Senator Bill Owens, Ashe. Congressman John Conyers, Ashe, 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 as well as the so many countless others who never made it into the history books, but upon whose ancestral shoulders we firmly stand in our long, long-standing journey for reparatory justice in this country. Ashe.
Ashe, thank you so much, Nkechi Taifa, for that incredibly moving and powerful testimony. We will now turn to Ms. Ajua Ayatoro, and then we'll turn to questions and comments from our course members. So thank you again, Ms. Taifa and Ms. Ayatoro. You may begin your expert testimony when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm like Nkechi. I can see me over here, but I don't know. Can you see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to my sister Nkechi for a very uplifting historical account. And I really appreciate that, as I'm sure the task force does as well. I'd like to start with highlighting some of my experiences that directly relate to the task force's charge, although all of my education experience and life experience actually does relate to and significant relevancy. I worked at the United States Department of Justice Civil Rights Division Special Litigation Section from 1978 to 1981. One day I saw a poster while walking back to my office that had a picture of Uncle Sam pointing out at whoever's walking by with the cryptic words, "Black people, Uncle Sam owes you X trillion dollars." I leave the amount blank because I no longer remember the amount. I just remember it was trillions. My soul immediately responded, yes, I have been an active participant in the reparations movement for African descendants since that time. I'm a co-founding member, as Nkechi pointed out and is in my bio, of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, NCOBRA. And I was co-chair of the National Conference of Black Lawyers in 1987 and 88 when NCOBRA organized. NCBL is a co-founding organization. After serving one term as founding co-chair of NCOBRA, I became the chair of its Legal Strategies Commission. In that capacity, I led a group of lawyers and activists in examining how litigation could be used to advance the demand for reparations. One of the things that we did in the beginning of NCOBRA, which was both not the Legal Strategies Commission, but the whole of NCOBRA, was to reach out to the more mainstream organizations, because as Nkechi pointed out, many of the organizations that came to the fore, with the exception of NCBL, were longstanding organizations in what we would call the nationalist community or Pan-African community. NCBL was kind of, had some nationalists, but was not known as a nationalist organization. It was a Black legal organization that had more left-leaning than anything. But we reached out, and we say we, I mean members of the organization. Dorothy Benton Lewis was a member of the Deltas. He reached out to Deltas and Deltas came on board. I was a member of NCBL, but one of my good friends was on the board of trustees of the National Bar Association. We reached out and they came on board. And there are many others, and I don't want to spend time doing that, but I want to support the view that in COBRA, broaden the groups and organizations, individuals that embrace reparations from a call for or demand that was largely lodged in the nationalist community to one that began to be spread throughout the various communities, if you want to identify them by ideology. Randall Robinson's book in 1990, I think it was 1990, 1991, came out of that expansion. It was an excellent book, but it can't be looked at in isolation from the rise in interest. And we know across the country, universities, churches across the country, everywhere, we're beginning to talk about it because, as Nkechi pointed out, the work that was being done largely by the Legislative Commission, but also in COBRA broad base, to take the demand into the public arena. As a practicing attorney with the U.S. Department of Justice and the ACLU National Prison Project, I developed the skill of assessing the validity of claims made by prisoners and their supporters concerning conditions of confinement in state and federal prisons. I determined whether these claims, if true, violated the Constitution of the United States. I developed the skill of identifying what facts were needed to prove the constitutional violations that were asserted. As a law professor, I taught, among other courses, remedies at law and in equity. I taught students how to determine what relief is appropriate for any number of claims, including claims for redress for injuries caused by historic violations. The starting point for my charge in this panel on the history of reparations is really to define the term. What are reparations? Black's Law Dictionary defines reparations as the redress of the injury, amends for a wrong inflicted. The United Nations resolutions and reports identify it as a remedy for wrongs to and injuries inflicted on a group based on their group identity. Examples of reparations to victims of the Jewish Holocaust in the state of Israel. Reparations to 15,000 former students of Canada's Indian residential school system. Reparations to the survivors of the British torture, including sexual abuse and castration of the Mau Mau, and the internment of Japanese Americans in World War II by the United States. Reparations used in ordinary legal parlance means to provide the remedy that puts the person in the place she would have been but for the injury. Money is only used when that is either what was taken or what was taken cannot be returned and its value is calculated. The matter you are addressing is whether and in what form reparations should take for slavery and legacy of slavery in California. That question was addressed as well in the United Nations resolutions and reports. I refer to these rather than documents of the United States because the United States has consistently resisted addressing the call for reparations and thus has no articulable doctrine on what it entails. Although, as I mentioned later, we can draw something from Japanese American Restitution Act, the United Nations in the documents produced from the World Conference Against Racism, Xenophobia, and other related intolerances identified slavery as a crime against humanity and suggested remedies for the victims of crimes against humanity that included slavery. The 2019 report of the Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Racial Intolerance addresses the human rights obligations in relation to reparations for racial discrimination rooted in slavery, the legacy of slavery. It's consistent with your charge under AB 3121. The Special Rapporteur indicates that governments have a basic reparative obligation to make full reparations for injury caused by wrongful act committed by that government, whether material or moral. Her report also underscores the responsibility of governments to wipe out all consequences of the act and to reestablish the situation which would, in all probability, have existed if that act had not been committed through the provision of one or more of the forms of reparations. These forms are restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantee of non-repetition. The return of property taken either during slavery or based on processes that are the legacy of slavery is restitution, a form of reparations. Compensation for unpaid labor during slavery and the underpayment for labor that is a legacy of slavery is a form of reparations. The valuation of the return to Africa, the trip and establishing them in a country for those who were kidnapped and their descendants is restitution, a form of reparations. The Incober Legal Strategy Commission studied slavery and its legacies and determined that there are 5 major injury areas: peoplehood, education, health, including mental health, criminal punishment, and economics, that includes wealth and poverty. Peoplehood, the act of taking away the group's right to its language, family structure, and right to speak as a group. In 2022, voter suppression based on race flows from the injury to peoplehood. Education, the enslaved were denied the right to learn. In many states, teaching an enslaved person to read was a crime. In other states, the learning was restricted. After enslavement, Black schools had poor structural conditions and materials than those provided in quotes, white schools. There continue to be inequalities in education based on the legacy of slavery. Health, the quality of health care during the enslavement was based on the value the so-called owner placed on the enslaved person. Volumes abound that document the racial disparities in health that can be attributed to the structural racism and the conditions of life of Black people, as well as discrimination in the provision of health care. These are legacies of slavery. Criminal punishment. The enslaved were at the mercy of whites who could punish them for any behavior they determined was offensive. Punishment was violence against the body generally. The foundation of the modern day police is the slave catchers. Law enforcement has a history of targeting Black people and treating them more harshly. The legacy of slavery. Wealth. The very nature of slavery was to force Africans to work for nothing. The exception to this, the rare occasions when an enslaved person received some payment for his or her work, were largely at the discretion of the person who paid the enslaved person. Land that was rightfully owned was taken, and the continuing legacies that flow from slavery, including discrimination in education, employment, ability to buy property, have created a lower economic base for Black people, and it's a continuing legacy of slavery. Who is to be repaired? A lot in the discussion about eligibility. The Incober Legal Strategies Commission spent many hours discussing this question. The class of recipients of reparations for slavery and its legacy should include descendants of enslaved Africans and those who are suffering the continuing harms from slavery's legacies because of being identified as Black, African American, or African descendant. It is a misnomer and legally erroneous to call enslaved Africans enslaved African Americans. Enslaved Africans were not citizens of this United States, as Nkechi has pointed out, until the passage of the 14th Amendment. This is not a preferential position. It is legally accurate position. The history of litigation and seeking reparations. I'm sorry that our sister Deidre Former Pellman is not here to talk about the case that she led, but her testimony would have illustrated that the efforts to obtain reparations for slavery and its legacy through litigation have been primarily unsuccessful, except for the very early cases that Nkechi lifted up. This is due to procedural hurdles. The legislatures and courts have adopted that the litigator must jump over in order to try the case on its merits. In Deidre's case, standing. Other cases, statute of limitations. The courts have recognized the principle, however, of providing relief for a continuing injury, one that traces back to the original harm. However, procedural hurdles must still be overcome. The Legal Strategies Commission also considered reparations as critical to healing racial divide created by enslavement and its continuing legacies. I have published an article about reparations as essential to establishing a true democracy. And when I send my narrative in full to the committee in the next day or so, I will attach some my reference to those articles and others. The crime of slavery and its continuing legacy sit at the feet of the government. Slavery and its continuing legacies have targeted a group because its group identity is African, African descendant, or Black. This targeting has caused significant injury. The murder of the many Black people by the police throughout the United States, the differential treatment of Black people, as I've indicated above. Money reparations, and only to descendants of Africans enslaved in the United States or in California, since you all can't do it for the whole United States, wish you could, is an insult to the enslaved Africans, as it diminishes the magnitude of the injury caused by enslavement. It also constricts the recipients of even those money reparations to people who can somehow prove they are descendants of enslaved Africans. What about people who look like me, who cannot meet a standard of proof that they are descended from an enslaved African? Even more concerning, what about reparations for the legacy of slavery? Money reparations do not address a key charge of the legislation to address the legacy of slavery. And in addressing the legacy, the recipient group, to have any credibility, must be larger than those who can demonstrate they are descendants of enslaved Africans. People who look like me, but are not descended from enslaved Africans, suffer the injuries of the legacies of slavery. That is the major crime of slavery and its legacies. It imprinted on people who look like me a presumption of inferiority, a presumption of criminality, a presumption of loose morals, a presumption that leads to being unable to obtain jobs and housing of the same caliber as so-called whites. Money reparations to only those who meet a burden of proof of descending from an enslaved African leaves those who are victimized by the legacy of slavery with an injury without a remedy. Reparations must include systemic remedies. A blow to structural racism that is a child of slavery and the politics, practices, and beliefs that supported the kidnap, chaining, dehumanization of a people simply because whites saw them as objects of commerce that would increase their wealth simply because their skins were dark and their culture curious, simply because they were viewed as other, simply because. You have a challenge, an obligation to look at this in whole cloth, to not be a victim of perspectives that devalue and diminish the injury to the descendants of enslaved Africans and to African descendants more generally in California. The Legal Strategies Commission grappled with the question of the amount based on the concerns expressed to us that the check will be too big. Both individual checks to those descendants from enslaved Africans and the check needed to correct, remedy structural racism that is slavery's legacy. The legacy of slavery, structural racism in the major institutions and infrastructures in California continues to disadvantage Black people. I have an analogy that I'm not going to go into because you all know your personal budgets. You know how much money you bring in. And you know, those of us who try and be responsible do a budget. But there's some people, they don't have enough money to do a budget. So they just hit, whatever's the first thing on the table. But in budgeting, we put the whole cloth together. And then we look at our money and say, okay, I have to pay rent or pay the mortgage. I have to buy food. And maybe the roof can wait till next year. So that's, to me, your charge, or maybe I'm giving you a charge, I don't know, but AB 3121, when he talks about the legacy of slavery and it talks about reparations for it, let's do the whole cloth. Don't narrow it before you even get started, which I'm sure you're not doing, but my passion for it and my concern is all the work we have done in Kichi, even before I joined in the mid-'80s, and others she lifted up. We cannot cheat the ancestors, deny our children and those children to come the right to know the full scope of injury. And then then reparations can be prioritized, would be my suggestion, based on what has to be done now and what doesn't have to be done now. And there are other ways of doing it. For example, in Maryland, they're doing a trail of enslavement that shows where the various slave points were, enslaved points. I don't like the word slave. And Mario Verdelli taught us many years ago that we were not slaves, we were enslaved. And slaves, it deteriorates our status as a human being. So then let's just look at, it seems to me, a full accounting of the injury honors our ancestors and African descendants. And Kishi lifted up the names, and she did. We didn't know she was going to do a libation, but thank you. And therefore, the spirits of those who are now ancestors, There are others who have boldly lifted up this demand for 30 years or more, and there are those who have embraced it more recently. A decision on what will repair the injury cannot be made without the fullest record of the injury that can amass. And I know from talking to Dr. Grills and others that that's what you all are doing. That is why NCOBRA's Legal Strategy Commission spent a couple of years reviewing, discussing, and identifying the major injury areas. To us, it would have been irresponsible to simply say, give every African descendant a check for a certain amount. The compromise, what appears to be a compromise to me, in the Japanese American Restitution Act, is that all of those who were interned and alive at the time the bill was passed received a token payment, and I say token because it was a token, of $20,000 each. They received other forms of reparations as well, which may not have been adequate, but there were other forms. This was not a calculation of injury, the $20,000 individually, but a token payment. So once you have completed amassing the injury information, you can look at the definition of reparations and its forms provided both by the UN Special Rapporteur on Race, as well as other scholars and advocates, and determine what are the best forms of reparations to repair the injury. We know in law that it is difficult to make people whole and that money is frequently the substitute when what has been taken cannot be replaced. Yet we also know that the institutions that are the children of slavery and continuous legacy can and must be part of the reparative remedy. Remedy the legacies of slavery. The charge you have requires you to consider the future African descendants and recommend reparations that will dismantle the structural racism that, as the esteemed Charles Ogletree said about criminal punishment system, is an unbroken chain from slavery. A check alone does not even touch the repair of the legacies of slavery. It does not think to repair, to eliminate the systems that have been put in place on the backs of slavery, to continue to treat African descendants as other, as subordinate to whites. We all know that the legacy continues. We know you have the courage to identify and clearly this injury, and then to recommend ways to repair these injuries. Much has been written by social scientists, health professionals, criminal punishment professionals, and experts, economists, and more. We want you to, we praise you for taking on this charge. We praise you and honor you for being willing to step forward and to do this very difficult task. And we ask and that you consider us, those on the panel, and I'm sure other panelists, to be continuing resources to you. But we ask you to really look at the major injury that flows through all of the continuing racial discriminations that we experience, is the injury of the lie of white supremacy and the lie of Black inferiority. And that is what emboldened them to have slavery, to institute it against our people. And that's what emboldens them now when they look at a Black applicant for a job and they look at a white applicant for a job, and they continue to do what was done to my father. Black applicant for a job in the 1940s during World War II at a drug company, bachelor's in chemistry, bachelor's in math, and the job was given to a white high school graduate. This is a continuing legacy. My family is descended from enslaved Africans, but I believe it would not be of service to only identify the beneficiaries of reparations as those who can trace their history back, because we missed the point that the United Nations documents talk about and that people are talking about. We missed the point of the legacy that must be attacked and must be addressed. Thank you very much for your time and your work.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ayatorio, for your informative and inspiring expert testimony. So it is now 11:28, and we have about less than 30 minutes or so for comments and questions from our esteemed task force members. And so now I would like to take a moment to invite any of our task force members to provide any comments or questions to our panelists.
Madam Chair.
Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Are you recognizing me? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are recognized, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, members of the task force, we are greatly blessed and very much informed by the excellent presentations that come from our sisters. And as the old guru historian, I want you to indulge me. Let's go back.
Vice Chair Brown.
Indicate. Can you hear me?
Yes, you were spotty, but we can hear you clear now.
Yeah, I said it's necessary for us to specifically indicate that when the Confederacy would not give up, and General Sherman and Secretary of War Stanton moved down to Atlanta and burned down Atlanta. And amongst the spots that were burned down was a campus where the present day Morehouse College exists. The record reveals, friends, that as Sherman and Stanton marched to the sea, was General Sherman who asked Secretary of War Stanton, what are we going to do with these ex-slaves, as they were called now, but we know it's enslaved today? Stanton said to General Sherman, wait until we get to Savannah. And when we get to Savannah, we will call a meeting with the black preachers there, for they are the leaders of the community. And when they got to Savannah, there was a meeting called in Sherman and Stanton's hotel room with 20 black preachers. And the chairperson of that meeting was one veteran preacher, Baptist preacher, Garrison Frazier. And General Sherman asked him, what do you feel the Union owes these ex-slaves? And the old man said, I can't speak for everybody, General, but at least for me and my house, I think we deserve having 40 acres and a mule so that we will be able to build communities, educate our children, and be self-sustaining. And then he asked, do you want to live amongst the whites? Or do you want to stay to yourselves? Again, the old man, Frazier, said, General, can't speak for everybody, but I'd rather stay to myself because this thing of evil against us because of the color of our skin is so deep that it'll be a long time before we'll be accepted as being human. I cite all to say this. That happened on January the 12th, 1865, in that hotel room. And we should tell it to our children that field order number 15 was issued because that black Baptist preacher opened his mouth and spoke truth to power way back there. In addition to the truth that's been spoken by subsequent persons whom you have very ably lifted up this morning. Thank you for your presentation, but don't forget there was that black Baptist preacher, Garrison Frazier, who opened his mouth and wasn't scared to speak truth. And he was not an embracer of slave religion. He was a liberating black preacher. He was about the betterment of the people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you again, Vice Chair Brown, for offering that testimony and historical context. And I believe that historical context is already posted on Twitter, so thank you for adding that. Any other questions or comments from our task force members about what we heard from our two illustrious panelists?
Okay.
Yeah, I can't see everyone's faces, so feel free to speak up. I did have a question. I believe reparations Ray was mentioned. I'm getting the ceremonial and this educational nature of today. Would any of the two panelists kind of just, for my own maybe personal edification, but for the public, kind of share a bit more about who he was and what he did?
Oh, it was a he. Reparations Ray Jenkins was perhaps one of the most consistent, loud voices calling for reparations from a very, very long time ago. He was a Detroit native. He would always call up to Councilwoman Joanne Watson's radio show talking about reparations. And he talked about it so much that she nicknamed him Reparations Ray Jenkins. It was always in Congressman Conyers' ear, always talking about, when are you going to bring up a reparations bill? When are you going to deal with reparations, etc. So it was largely because of his consistent insistence, coupled with the recent passage of the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, and coupled with the founding of NCOBRA, that Congressman Conyers was inspired to go on and introduce that bill. And one other thing I would say, I remember at one point, Congressman Conyers staffers would say that they received more mail, more information. This is before the internet, y'all, so it wasn't email, but more mail about reparations, the issue of reparations, than any other issue that he was dealing with. So even back then in those early days, it was a huge issue. And Audrey, I don't know if you want to add anything more about our brother, Reparations Ray Jenkins.
I could just ask a couple of things if it's okay with the chair. Chair Moore?
Please, thank you so much.
Okay. Two things. One, he was a real estate, he was in real estate. I don't know the top point, but he owned a real estate company. He was in real estate in Detroit. The second thing is he was primarily responsible after NCOBRA was founded. And I mentioned that we went into various organizations, the National Bar Association, Delta Sigma Theta, other sororities and fraternities. But he went to the NAACP. And he was a big member of the NAACP, and he and other members of NCOBRA Detroit chapter went to the convention. I think it was 89 or 90, I can't remember what year. And that delegation is largely responsible for the NAACP embracing reparations, creating the legislative division that is now headed up by, I'm blanking on the name of the person, as well as I know he's from St. Louis, which is where I'm from, so I feel terrible. But heading that up, and it continues. The NAACP continues to have the legislative work around reparations as a major part of their work. So he was significant.
Hillary Shelton?
Yeah, Hillary.
Hillary Shelton.
Yeah, Hillary Shelton. I couldn't, Lord help me. Woo.
It's all right.
It's not the gray hairs, y'all. I'm sorry, it's not the gray hairs. But I think that's important to lift up. I don't know if anything else you have, any other people have any other questions?
This is Lisa Holder. Chair Moore, just wanted to, I don't know if you can see me.
You're recognized. I don't see you, but you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you both so much for that dynamic history lesson, which is really sort of sustains my commitment to this movement. Just thinking about it from this historical perspective that you presented so eloquently. I also wanted to ask Ajo Ayatoro, given your work with the DOJ, your background as an attorney, I want to get your insights on focusing on lineage versus focusing on the continuing harm of the legacy of slavery, which is anti-Blackness, right, and white supremacy. How are those two different from a legal perspective? And I just wanted to get your sense on that, on what is a more viable strategy from a legal perspective.
Well, Thank you very much, first of all, for that question, because I know that just listening before we came on as a panel to some of the comments, there's a strong support for just focusing on the descendants of enslaved Africans, but there are others who support a broader perspective. I believe legally, based on my experience, both directly working on developing reparations claims, but also more generally in terms of my legal experience and knowledge, I think that you can do both. I don't think you just have to do something that is the lineage from enslaved descendants of enslaved Africans. I think you can do both. I think we see models of that in many ways. We see it in, even though, you know, we realize that we can't have a remedy that pulls out only only Black people or Black Americans when the injuries are general to everybody. That's a principle of law. I'm trying to state it in layman's terms, you know, and I disdain a lot of legal terms anyway. I used to teach my students to speak as if you're talking to a 12-year-old, because most times the person who was dealing with it in law in the court may or may not really have the judge might, but many of the clerks don't have a full grasp of all the legalese. People understand what you're talking about. So I do think that in law, you can, in fact, I know based on my studies, that you can develop a reparative package, a reparative program that identifies things that are based on the legacy of slavery that aren't specifically tied to having to be a descendant of an enslaved African. But the legacy of slavery, the legacy, and you can look at in your systems in California, I'm not as familiar with California and not trying to say that I am, but, you know, I dare say, you know, we know that there are probably issues in education that you can link to the legacy of slavery. I think, therefore, I think that it's a false dichotomy that is being attempted to be made. I understand, I know you're going to speak in another panel to Professor Chemerinsky. I think that there are some differences that some people have with his viewpoint, and it's unfortunate. I understand that he's the only one on that panel. But you know, I'm more than happy. I did share some names of people that you could speak with or maybe could enlighten you. The law of the land is not, you know, United States law is not going to say, whoopee, just come on in here and y'all can do whatever you want and it's okay. Because the law of the United States and the law of any country narrows how you can get into court and narrows what your claims are based on. But if you base your claim that you are doing reparations for the legacy, in addition to for slavery, but and also you are doing it for the legacy of slavery, and do that what as I mentioned, Charles talks about the unbroken chain. Show how health, show how education, show how whatever those components. I know you're going to hear from some people around criminal justice and criminal punishment. You've already heard from people around health. But if you show the linkage, if you show the unbroken chain of it, which you can, you know, and many of us are willing to help you do that if you need us, then you, I think, are on solid ground. The second point I want to make is, for me, as a reparationist, as a legal activist, I always put forward the big picture. One of the problems, I think, in our movements, and I have to say, I think some of our, you know, civil liberty organizations were guilty of this around the crime bills. We want to negotiate before we have to negotiate. So we shrink our demand based on what we think they may do. And my way I present, both as a litigator, as a legal activist presenting to groups. I was with the World Conference Against Racism. I represented the Women's International League of Peace and Freedom, and co-chaired the African Descendant Caucus there. And what we did was present the big picture. What we said is, if the General Assembly is going to cut it down, it's going to cut it down from what we want, not from what we think they're going to agree that we want. So for me, you're on solid ground if you link your legacies to the injuries. Because as I read to you, and then I'm going to attach when I send my narrative, the resources that I refer to that you may want to look at later. The charge internationally, as well as your charge, as I've read it in your document, is to deal with the legacies of slavery. The legacies of slavery aren't just tied to somebody who can trace their ancestry. They didn't ask Diallo when they shot him 40-some times and murdered him whether or not he was an enslaved African. But his death and the deaths of so many, George Floyd, I don't know what his legacy is. I don't know if he was a descendant of enslaved African, but George Floyd clearly is part of that unbroken chain. And so I think you can do it. I know you can do it. And my view would be that you make your case as long as you link it, as long as you can link it. You know, you're not trying to give reparations for something that's that you can't even articulate as a legacy of slavery. And my last point, and I'm probably, all this bubbling up, I'm just so happy after, and Keisha and I said, after all these years, to be here, we never would have dreamed it. And it's just exciting to see you all and see your faces and know that you are digging down and doing the best you can to do what you think is right. But the last point I want to make is that your remedy did not just be money. I think Nkechi touched on that, I've touched on that, I'm sure others have touched on that. Because money doesn't wipe out or address, even if we can never eliminate them all, I don't know, but you know, if money can't do it. Money can only say, it's like damages in a case. I got hit by a car. I can't, you know, you can't put my arm back together. So you give me what the doctors say or the lawyers say is the value of my broken arm, right? I mean, that's very simplistic. But you've got legacies of slavery in all your institutions in California. What can you do? What can you recommend as reparations to address the ongoing legacies that continue to marginalize Black people, that continue to keep us in second-class citizens, as Derek Bell would say? Derek Bell argued that we'd always be second-class citizens. I fought that argument but I feel that maybe we will be if we don't bite the bullet and really reach for the just claims, whether or not some court decides it's not or not. Look at what they've done to affirmative action. It still stands, but they whittled it down. But if we started with it whittled down, we wouldn't have it at all. So thank you. I'm sorry talking so long, but you hit my button. I'm sorry.
So I'd like to just very briefly address that question of Commissioner Holden. I agree 100% with Adjoa that the lineage issue versus current day legacies is not an either or, but a plus and. But the weird thing about it is that issue never came up in the past 35 years prior to a couple of years ago. In fact, I've never even heard any immigrant saying, I want this money. I want to be, I'm not even sure where it would. I have just been very surprised with the amount of vehemence that has attached to this issue that didn't even seem to be a real, issue, to having encountered such negativity, I guess you could say. I will say this, that the reason I say a plus has also, it could be a situation where, okay, well, maybe if you want to deal with a lineage issue, maybe you should look at it as a rebuttable presumption, which is a legal term. But it's like, on my father's side, he does not know who his actual lineage father was. Okay, I don't know who my grandfather was on my father's side, or even beyond that. I just knew that they were born in North Carolina, and I just presume the presumption is, we came from the enslavement. Don't know what plantation, don't know ABC, DEF, none of the above. And to require me to have to take a DNA test or to go through the Census Bureau, whatever, to me, it's an oxymoron because many people who left the South who went for the green, they were trying to take away those slave names. Okay. They were escaping from the Klan, or they weren't necessarily beholden to what was not their identity. So I cannot say forthrightly that even if I knew who the ancestral lineage was, that name would have shown up on the Census Bureau. During the enslavement time, folk were identified just by first names. And every time they were sold, they got a different first name and a different last name. So at this day and age, to call for a reliance solely on a lineage just does a disservice to where we are today in 2021. So as a result, maybe, a rebuttable presumption, okay, which you can rebut, say, hey, y'all, you just came over here, you didn't, and then it might be a different phase of the remedy that they would accrue. As a part of me, I don't know. I'm just saying that to just have a bright line like that, that does a disservice. That's it.
It also, I'm sorry, but it also dawns on me that it doesn't afford us the opportunity to do one of the main forms of reparations, which is non-repetition. Because if all you're doing is the form of reparation is non-repetition, and we see that in the Holocaust. The Jewish people always hold up, never again. Well, you cannot say never again if you narrow it to one little group that can show by whatever means that they were descendants of enslaved Africans. You won't meet reparations. It's not reparations. You're just giving them individual reparations, and that's fine. But reparations, if you're going to look at it in the broad definitions that the UN and others have embraced, you can't do that. You cannot end the legacy of slavery by only addressing those direct descendants of enslaved, because the legacy is bigger than the direct descendant. We're living with it now. So thank you, Commissioner Holder.
Thank you both.
I have a question. I don't understand. Where's the chair? I'm trying to make.
Your internet is unstable. So go on.
Oh, okay. My question is, she said several times that this was a ceremonial panel. I'm not sure what that means and how our testimony then would be used if it's merely ceremonial. Do you all not? I won't talk anymore. I talk forever, but that's my question.
This is member.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Javon.
Okay. Well, what we're doing today is effectively, honoring folks like yourselves who have done the work advocating for reparations. And so, I think the notion of it being ceremonial does not diminish, the kind of influence and impact that your testimony will have. So what we're talking about really is a recognition of your efforts. So hopefully that clears it up for you.
Yes, thank you very much. Recognition of our efforts would make me feel so good if y'all come out with the reparations proposal. So that's recognition for all the work that we have done. Nkechi raised up names to us, to me, and I know Nkechi, even though I try not to speak for other people, but I can say I know for Nkechi that this work is heart work, and it is it's almost like being called to the ministry, and maybe it is like that. And so I'm very grateful for your work. And I'm very grateful for, I know, the hard discussions that you have had and will have. But thank you for saying that we're part of this, we're ceremonial, we're lifting up Nkechi, they lifting us up. Thank
Yeah,
you.
but we want to be looked at as experts as well.
No, I know.
We
That's what,
appreciate the
yeah,
role.
because we are
Right.
experts. I'm sorry, I don't mean to toot our own horn, but we are.
Hi, sorry about that. Didn't mean to interrupt if there was a conversation going. Was there any comments or questions to our panelists? Okay, if not, I had a clarifying question. So at our last January meeting, we had Secretary Weber, who was the lead author of AB 3121. She came to the task force to clarify her personal intent as to who she felt was eligible based on the bill. And essentially, in her words, to paraphrase, I believe she said, special consideration should be for descendants of enslaved Africans in the United States or Black Americans who could trace their lineage to an enslaved ancestor in the United States. And then more broadly, in her words, African American regarded Black Americans who could trace their ancestry to free people of color in the United States. Or in other words, Black people who lived in the United States during the era of enslavement, but may have been, emancipated or manumitted at an earlier date than the larger majority of Black Americans whose ancestors who were emancipated in 1865 by virtue of the Emancipation Proclamation. And so I guess my question to the two panelists, although I know we're mainly talking about a historical overview of the reparations movement, but to your points about that you raised with eligibility, what are your thoughts on Secretary Weber's kind of clear statement as to who she felt should be eligible under the AB 3121 bill text?
When you were having issues with your network, your internet, we talked about that. I guess to summarize it, really, first of all, there were Africans who were never enslaved. They weren't emancipated by anybody. They were never enslaved. They were free, so-called free. I put all of that free in quotes because they were limited and restricted by the laws and the way in which, as we said, the bases of slavery, and one of the bases is white supremacy and the looking at Blacks as inferior. So they were treated in a less than equal way, as even though they were not, in quotes, the property of any white person. Secondly, I think to try and summarize my comments, I think that it does, and I put it in my written testimony too, that you'll get in a couple of days, but I think it does a disservice, actually, to limit the recipients to somehow being able to trace their lineage to enslaved Africans. Because if we look at the call for reparations that Nkechi so eloquently presented historically, if we look at the UN documents that have addressed this issue, you can look at the fact that many people are getting reparations because of the descendancy. And I gave you some examples like the Mau Mau or whatever. But you also look at the legacy of slavery as impacting or being borne by people who are Black Americans, African Americans, people who look like me. And the people, and I keep saying that not because I want, you say, look at me. But I'm talking about people who look like, who are dark skinned, who are brown. We also know the history of passing. We know that really what Du Bois talked about was the issue of the color line. And so slavery was part of the color line in many ways. Everybody didn't fit under it, but there was. And so the color line also continues in the vestiges to me. And I think, I know I can speak for my people that I've worked with over the years and in COBRA and other groups, but I'll say to me that we do a disservice. We do a disservice if we only look at what reparations we can give for the legacy of slavery to people who can trace their legacy back to slavery, because then you won't be able to remedy education. Then you won't be able to remedy any of the structural racism that is in fact the legacy of slavery. So that would be my response. I don't know if Nkechi has something she can add.
Now, I just would like to invite Secretary Weber to listen to our testimonies. Again, I feel that there should be a rebuttable assumption of inclusion, and that's the basis of much longer discussion that we all should come to the table together and discuss the ins and outs of. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Taifa and Ms. Ayatoro, for your excellent and informative expert testimony. We really appreciate your presence and honoring reparations advocates of the past, present, and future. Truly, truly appreciate it. So now,
thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we'll turn to witness panel number 2, which is a historical review of legal implications of reparations. So I am delighted and honored to introduce to you all Dean Erwin Chemerinsky. Dean Erwin Chemerinsky is an American legal scholar known for his studies of the United States constitutional law and federal civil procedure. He served as the founding dean of the University of California Irvine School of Law from 2008 to 2017, and is currently the dean of the University of California Berkeley School of Law. A study of legal publications between 2016 and 2020 found Chemerinsky to be the most frequently cited American legal scholar. Chemerinsky was named a Fellow of the American Academy of the Arts and Sciences in 2016. The National Jurist magazine named him the most influential person in legal education in the United States in 2017. And in 2021, Chemerinsky was named President-elect of the Association of American Law Schools. Very, very happy to have Dean Chemerinsky here with us. And without further ado, Dean Chemerinsky, you may start your expert testimony when you're ready. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. My honor to be able to testify before you. I'm here to address one question. How to structure reparations in the way most likely to be upheld by the courts. My conclusion is that reparation is most likely to be upheld by the courts if it's structured in a race-neutral fashion. That is, it's most likely to be upheld by the courts if reparations are for those who were descendants of slaves rather than for all who are Black. In the United States, under current constitutional law, and in California under Proposition 209, laws that give a preference on the basis of race are either inherently suspect or perhaps per se illegal. And therefore the question is, how can reparations be structured in a way that would get through judicial review? Let me talk about two sources of law, the California Constitution and then the United States Constitution, to explain why I've come to this conclusion, then briefly respond to some of the questions that you might have about the position I'm taking, and then answer anything that you want to ask of me. The first source of law that you need to focus on is the California Constitution, what was commonly referred to as Proposition 209. It was called the California Civil Rights Initiative. It says that the state of California and all of its political subdivisions cannot discriminate or give preference on the basis of race in education, employment, or contracting. And so if reparations are given on the basis of race, that anyone who meets the definition of being Black is entitled to reparations because all have suffered from the legacy of slavery, I don't think it could survive a challenge under Proposition 209. Now, Proposition 209 is limited to education, contracting, and employment. And if the reparations were not in those areas, then Proposition 209 wouldn't be a problem. But if it's in education, or if it is in contracting, or if it is employment, then anything that is deemed as a preference on the basis of race is per se impermissible. This is different than what I'll talk about in a moment, the United States Constitution, where there is the possibility of racial preferences being constitutional. Under the California Constitution, they're not. There's relatively little case law about Proposition 209, but that which exists broadly defines what is preference, it would be hard to imagine that there'd be a reparations system that was racially defined that wouldn't run afoul of this. Now, as I said in my introduction, if this were defined as a benefit for those who are descendants of slaves, it would certainly largely overlap with race, but it would not entirely overlap with race. There are Blacks who are not descendants of slaves. There's a very small population that were enslaved that wouldn't be Blacks. So I think there'd be a strong argument based on Proposition 209 that limiting reparations to those who descendants of slaves would not run afoul of Prop 209, whereas if this is defined in a race-based manner, then I think Proposition 209 would be a substantial problem. But assume that Proposition 209 wasn't a problem. Imagine this wasn't reparation about education, contracting, and employment, in which case it would be entirely outside the scope of Proposition 209. There is still the United States Constitution. And the Supreme Court has said now for over 30 years that racial classifications benefiting minorities, just like racial classifications that disadvantage minorities, are highly suspect. The Supreme Court has said that racial classifications benefiting minorities, like those disadvantaging minorities, must meet strict scrutiny. As I'm sure the Commission knows, strict scrutiny means that the government action has to be necessary to achieve a compelling government purpose. And the Supreme Court has been very restrictive as to what counts as a compelling purpose in this context. Quite relevant to your Commission, the Supreme Court has said that remedying a history of past discrimination is not a compelling purpose sufficient to justify remedial action. There was a Supreme Court case, Wygant versus Jackson Board of Education. The Jackson, Michigan school system had recently hired a number of Black teachers when it needed to have layoffs. It decided to fire white teachers with more seniority. Their argument was that this was to remedy a long history of race discrimination. They also said how important it was to provide role models for Black children in the schools. The Supreme Court declared this unconstitutional, and the court's opinion was explicit that there cannot be preferences based on race on the grounds of remedying the history of discrimination. Or there's the case J. Croson versus City of Richmond. Richmond, Virginia, the capital of the old Confederacy, set aside 30% of its public works monies for minority-owned businesses. They did so because even though at that time Richmond was a city that was more than 50% Black, racial minorities and Blacks were receiving only about 1% of the public works contracts. But the Supreme Court declared this unconstitutional, and the court said the long history of race discrimination, including in Richmond, Virginia, didn't justify the preference that was given on the basis of race. There is now only one area where the United States Supreme Court has allowed race-conscious remedies, and that's in the area of higher education. In a series of cases, the Supreme Court has said that college universities have a compelling interest in a diverse student body, that college universities may use race as one factor among many in admissions decisions to enhance diversity to benefit minorities. This was initially articulated by Justice Lewis Powell in an opinion in Regents University of California versus Bakke in 1978. It was reaffirmed by the Supreme Court in 2003 in Grutter versus Bollinger, and then reaffirmed most frequently and recently in 2016 in Fisher versus Texas at Austin. But in the Fisher litigation, the Supreme Court made clear that college universities could use race as a factor in admissions decisions only if they could prove there was no other way to achieve diversity. Now, it's worth noting that the states can do what would be thought of as protecting more rights than the US Constitution. And so California can prohibit affirmative action even though it would be permissible under the US Constitution. That's exactly what Proposition 209 does. But even as to this one area where racial classifications benefit minority have been allowed, the law, I think, is about to change. The Supreme Court has granted review in 2 cases for next October, one involving Harvard University and one involving the University of North Carolina. And the issue in those 2 cases is whether the Supreme Court is going to overrule the earlier decisions allowing affirmative action. Why 2 cases? Well, the Constitution applies only to the government. Private activities don't have to comply with the Constitution. Harvard is a private university. But Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act applies to entities that receive federal funds, including private entities. Harvard obviously receives federal funds. So the issue in the Harvard case is whether or not race-conscious affirmative action in admissions violates Title VI. In the University of North Carolina case is whether it violates equal protection. It is impossible to count 5 votes on the current Supreme Court that would uphold the Harvard and the North Carolina affirmative action programs. Chief Justice John Roberts been outspoken in his opposition to all forms of affirmative action. In Parents Involved in Community Schools for Seattle Schools No. 1, 2007, he explicitly took the position that the Constitution requires that the government be colorblind. Justice Thomas and Alito have taken the position, and with 3 additional conservative justices, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett, hard to imagine the Supreme Court doing anything but reversing those earlier decisions. Well, what does that mean in the context of the discussion of reparations? If reparations are framed in a race-based manner, then they would have to meet strict scrutiny, necessary to achieve a compelling purpose. And remember, the Supreme Court has said remedying a history of discrimination is not regarded by the court as a compelling government purpose. And so I think it would be very hard to convince this Supreme Court or lower courts following Supreme Court precedent that a race-based reparation program would be constitutional. I think the best hope with regard to the Supreme Court is a program that is facially race neutral, that being framed in terms of a benefit for descendants of slaves would be much more likely to be upheld. There are precedents for reparations, as this commission well knows. For example, there was the reparations provided to those who had been in Japanese internment camps. But it's important to note that that was based on people who had suffered a particular injury, and they were each given $20,000 in an apology during the Reagan administration. It wasn't anyone who was of a particular race. I think it would be hard to convince this court that a race-based program, net strict scrutiny, was constitutional. On the other hand, what's more encouraging to me that I cannot think of any instance where the Supreme Court has struck down a race-neutral law on the ground that it has a benefit or even a targeted benefit for minorities. As an example, some states have adopted admissions programs where they take top 10% of classes across the state. And this was undoubtedly adopted to benefit minorities, and it had the effect of benefiting minorities. And yet the Supreme Court, at least called dicta, has indicated that would be constitutional, even though the purpose, the effect would be to benefit minorities. So I come to you as the messenger. I am not defending the law as set out by the Supreme Court. It is certainly not the law as I would want it to be. And I completely understand the benefits with regard to praising reparations and framing it in terms of those who are Black. I am simply addressing the question, what is most likely to be held by the courts? Let me just respond to 3 things that might be in mind, and then I'll take your questions. One thing that might be in mind is there is a tremendous difficulty in proving that someone is a descendant of slaves. This will be very under-inclusive in that way. As this commission knows so well, records are incomplete. And so the cost of what I'm suggesting is that many who are deserving would not get benefits. And I think if you go in the direction of providing that those who are descendants of slaves would get reparations, how to deal with the incomplete records and the lack of documentation becomes very important. A second concern is, as articulated by the prior speaker, all Blacks in this country have suffered from the legacy of slavery. All should therefore be able to benefit from reparations. I think that is a compelling argument. but I don't think the United States Supreme Court would find that to be a compelling argument. If you look at the cases I mentioned, where the court says remedying the past history of discrimination is not a compelling interest, I don't see a way of persuading the current Supreme Court, that matter the lower courts of that. And a final criticism of what I'm suggesting is that there's still the purpose of benefiting Blacks. The effect is still to benefit Blacks. Might a court not strike it down on that basis? And yes, I think that's a risk, even of a reparations law that's framed in terms of benefiting descendants of slaves. But I think it is far more likely to be upheld than a law that is framed just in terms of race. So again, wanted to address just one question for you: how to frame reparations in the way most likely to be upheld by the courts. And I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Marinsky, for your informative expert testimony. I would like to now recognize our task force members in the event that they have any questions, comments for Dean Chemerinsky. Member Reggie Jones-Sawyer, you are recognized.
And thank you. And I missed some of it because I had to step away for a second. But Mr. Chemerinsky, as you probably heard from several other people about descendants of slaves, you probably could hear the pain, and probably the pain of our ancestors who were enslaved, and the harm that was done to them. When you hear their ancestors speak of it, you probably could hear the pain. And I'm thinking of, in the context of lawsuits, there's always this discussion of harm, and normally there's like 3 different things that people ask for. And again, I'm practicing law without a license. People are looking for monetary remedies, some kind of apology or acknowledgement of the harm, and then eliminating the harm. And I say that in the context of maybe we're not providing any benefits, but maybe we should remove the harm. If there's a contaminated lake because of some industry, not only do they try to get them to remove the harm, to stop contaminating it and killing people or giving them cancer, but we also want them to acknowledge that they've done that, and that's why they want NDAs done, so they don't get sued in a lawsuit. A lot of companies, and a lot of this discussion seems to be about monetary more than eliminating the barriers that slavery has instituted institutionally. Is that maybe a way, maybe not providing preferential treatment, but doing things to eliminate the barriers that keep African Americans down, that are based on things that were done in institutionally. It just drives me crazy, because when you read the Willie Lynch letters, for example, we're arguing about whether or not descendants of slaves or Black people in general get money. And that's like straight out of the Willie Lynch book, that the secret to controlling enslaved Africans is by setting them apart from one another. In my mind, that's a message of the harm of slavery on Black people, and it's still ingrained in us. So how do we go to stop redlining? How do we go so that, when you try to get an appraisal, usually it's worse in Black neighborhoods than it is in other neighborhoods? How do we stop barriers from people promoting or getting a job, or the whole system of the criminal justice system, and how that's the new plantation system for African Americans right now? How do we remove those barriers? Is that something we could put in? I know that's a lot, but hopefully you get where I'm going. Is there another way we could do this that could survive scrutiny?
Sure. It's a wonderful. Let me take the 3 things that you say, because I think it's a good way of organizing it. In terms of the middle apology, I don't think there is any problem with having the legislature, be it Congress or the state legislature or a city council, apologize for slavery. And so because it's not giving a benefit to somebody, I don't think that there'd be any problem with that. Of course, it doesn't provide what we most need in terms of eliminating the barriers or monetary, but we should acknowledge that's not the problem. In terms of monetary, and admittedly, implicitly, a lot of what I was talking about was thinking of reparations as was done for Japanese Americans who were interned as a monetary reparation. Then I think defining it in a race-neutral way is the most likely to get it upheld. In terms of eliminating barriers, I think we do need to strengthen civil rights laws. We must strengthen the voting rights law. The Supreme Court has gutted the Voting Rights Act in its decisions in Shelby County versus Holder in 2013, or Brnovich versus Democratic National Committee in its decision on July 1st of 2021. We must strengthen the open housing laws for the reasons you say. We must strengthen the employment discrimination laws. And it's important to remember, we can do that here in California for this state, as well as work for it nationally, but we don't have to wait for Congress to do it to adopt better laws in California. But in drafting those laws, it has to be laws that protect against race discrimination, not just protect Blacks against race discrimination, because then I think you'd be getting into a preference for a particular race. But I don't foresee, if we could eliminate those barriers, that being a problem. Let me take voting rights as an example. We need to restore what the Supreme Court invalidated in saying jurisdictions with a history of race discrimination need to get pre-clearance, pre-approval. We need to restore the ability to prove race discrimination by showing a discriminatory impact against minority voters. That's constitutional, and that wouldn't run afoul of anything that a court would strike down. Now, what I'm looking for here always is, what are proxies that can be used that achieve the same goal but aren't explicit? Let me take what I know best, admission for higher education. After Proposition 209 was adopted, there was a devastating effect on enrollment of Blacks and Latinos at schools like Berkeley and UCLA. It took a long time to try to find proxies that we are in compliance with 209. We are not violating the United States Constitution, but we've been able to dramatically increase the students of color. Well, that's what we need to look for with regard to reparations. That's what we need to look for in terms of eliminating barriers and monetary relief. A way that we can find proxies that achieve the goal of getting the benefits to people who need them. Proxies that prohibit and strengthen anti-discrimination law, but that won't be struck down by the courts.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Well, my brother and members of the task force, with all you said this afternoon to us, it appears that it's our lot to stay at the bottom of the well in this nation. Anything that addresses the historical wrong that's been done to Black folks and still continues to be done should not be done, because then you're being, again, quote unquote, race specific. Well, the devil, let's look at San Francisco. You have a population that is diminished from 15 down to 3.9 to 4% of the population. There's been redlining, economic deprivation. Still, after nearly 50 years, there's not equality of opportunity in terms of hiring for Black teachers. There's not equality of opportunity in terms of wraparound services for Black children. And the facts reveal that right now, those who are in the eastern portion of this city, Bayview Hunters Point, are the worst performing students in this city. And even when you look economically, the per capita median income for Black people in this town is $35,000 a year. But for whites, it's $110,000. For Asians, it's between 70 and Latinos between 70 and 80,000. Now, with all that you said to us about the law, it looks like to me that the person who's been cut with a switchblade knife, or who's been gasoline's been poured on and burning them up, we are saying there's nothing that we should be doing to correct that situation. I'm sorry, but that's all that I have heard as we skirted and danced around this issue. That is, Langston Hughes said in his little ditty of 8 years ago, I swear to the Lord, I still can't see why democracy means everybody but me. Everybody else has gotten their little reparations. They got some kind of help, call it whatever you want to. But when it comes to us, we get bogged down on, I know we got to be smart, but we get bogged down with a cloud of negativity saying the doctor cannot heal the patient. The patient just got to die. And that is what is happening to Black folks now in this nation and in this city of so-called progressive liberal San Francisco. And I think this task force need to work up to it, or else we're going to be a dog and pony show going through the motions, but like Jack and the Bear making tracks and get nowhere. And we got to define this thing, quantify it, and stand our ground, hold our hope. And if they don't support us, fine, be on them. But I don't think we need to be so cautious and hemming and hawing about coming to the point with deliberate speed, as the Supreme Court decision said, May 17, 1954, to do something, or else we're going to be talking about this issue and I'll be dead and gone. And all of us on this panel.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brown, for those statements. And I'll take the space to remind folks that, yes, tomorrow, right after the public comment period from 10:05 to 11 o'clock, we will be discussing the community of eligibility and potentially taking a final vote on who should be eligible for reparations in the state of California under AB 3121. So for folks who are interested in following that discussion, which is a continuation of the discussion we're having today, make sure you log in tomorrow morning for that. Any other comments or questions from from task force members?
Might I
Yes,
just
go
respond
ahead,
to
Dean.
my comment? I want to be clear. I completely agree with everything that was said about the inequalities that exist and the need for action. I'm here, though, as a constitutional law professor, simply to give you my opinion that if you decide to phrase this in a race-based manner, it is less likely, much less likely to be held in court. And the hope that I would have is there are ways of providing reparations, go to the prior comment, whether they're monetary or limiting burdens, that can be upheld in the courts. Now, you as a commission may say, it shouldn't matter to you what's likely to go on in the courts. All that should matter is what you think is best. In that case, my testimony is irrelevant, and I readily admit it, because I was focusing then on a question that you may choose not to face and focus on. But I can tell you what the constitutional law is on it, and then you can decide whether it should matter.
A quick follow-up question to that, Dean, and it's for the edification of the public, right? But to your point, the United States Supreme Court has decided to take up, these two cases, one in a private institution and one in a public institution. But it's very likely that race-conscious programs might be deemed unconstitutional in the near future. I believe the Supreme Court stated that they will probably come to a decision on these two cases by July 2023, which is the same month and the same year that the Reparations Task Force in California sunsets. And I think interestingly enough, right, racial quotas are unconstitutional in the United States, right? They're constitutional in Brazil, but we're not talking about Brazil, right? We know that racial quotas are unconstitutional here. And so just the idea of a race conscious program where race, is a factor is under threat in this country. So I guess my question, and you already, laid it out clear, but it's just for the edification of the public, because I think people are still like wrapping their minds around, well, in their opinion or in their viewpoint, right, the history of this country, the harms that Black Americans have faced in some people's eyes have been race-based versus lineage-based, right? They believe that, our harms as Black Americans have been race-based. So why cannot the solution be race-based as well? I mean, you already kind of touched on it, but if you could just kind of reiterate.
Let me say several things. First, the Supreme Court has struck down race-based remedies in every area other than education. And so I quickly went through cases that involved employment, contracting, grants. And one after another over the last 30 years, the Supreme Court has said the government can't use race as a factor in hiring, awarding contracts, and the like. The one area where the Supreme Court has upheld affirmative action race-based programs has been with regard to higher education. And it's that which the Supreme Court is taking up next October. In terms of timing, the case will be heard the first week of October. It'll come down sometime in the spring of 2023. No way to know whether it'll be April or May or June of 2023. They'll come down then. And I don't think there's anyone who studies constitutional law who would tell you it's likely that the Supreme Court's going to continue to allow affirmative action. You are, of course, absolutely right that the harms that Blacks have suffered are race-based. And I think if what we were talking about is proving that particular individuals had suffered civic harms from the government, there would be no problem with the discussion. This is what the government did when it provided reparations for those who were interned. Those who were still alive each got $20,000 from the government. But when you talk about providing a benefit for race because of the general history of discrimination and the legacy of discrimination, that runs exactly against the Supreme Court's decisions, where the Supreme Court has said that the history of discrimination just doesn't justify race-based remedies today. So I want to be clear, as I said to you, I'm not defending what the Supreme Court has done. If it were up to me, I would do it completely differently. I'm just here to tell you what the Supreme Court has said so far and what they're likely to say next year.
Thank you. Member Tamaki and then Member Holder. I don't think we can hear you, Member Tamaki. No, we can't hear you. Now you're on mute, so maybe try to unmute again. Oh, we'll go to Member Holder, and then we'll go to Member Tamaki. Member Holder, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chemerinsky. I'm a big fan of your work. Had the opportunity to work on an amicus brief with you when I was legal director at the Equal Justice Society, and really enjoyed that. I too am an attorney and a constitutional scholar, and have done a lot of work around Proposition 209, including being one of the people on the steering committee for Proposition 16, which was the initiative to eliminate Prop 209, which unfortunately didn't pass. So a lot of my scholarship has been around Proposition 209 and the restraints. I wanted to underscore one thing that you said, which is so critical in terms of educating the public, is that Prop 209 puts restraints on government employment, government contracts, and government education, right? Now, Those are obviously critical areas. But in this task force, we have heard testimony about the history of racism and the continuing harms of racism in other areas, such as housing, right? Tremendous harms in healthcare, where we have a Black women's health crisis, where, you know, as a Black woman, birthing mother, you're 3 times more likely to die from childbirth-related illnesses. Black newborn babies are 3 times more likely to die during, you know, in delivery if they are delivered by white doctors. So, so that's, and there's the statistics are overwhelming in terms of life expectancy, mental health issues, et cetera. So in healthcare, that's one discrete area. And in criminal justice, we all know the statistics about inequality, continuing inequality, which is clearly a legacy of slavery that disproportionately impacts African Americans. So I've just outlined 3 areas: housing, healthcare, and criminal justice that don't implicate the areas that Prop 209 regulates, right? So the first part of my question is, if we focus our regulation on those areas that are not regulated by Prop 209, what would be our, how successful could we be in transcending the Prop 209 hurdle, and in terms of the federal hurdles with equal protection? And then the other thing I wanted to ask you about is, I completely agree that the court has said time and time again that we do not allow remedies for past discrimination based on race. However, there are cases where the court has said current manifestation of discrimination, and especially when that discrimination is advanced by the government. Current discrimination in government contracting, for instance, can be remedied if you can show through a disparity study the impacts of that ongoing discrimination. What we're putting together is a 1,000-page report, which is a massive disparity study that could essentially fit that framework of showing the ongoing disparities that would allow you to legislate and regulate around race. I just wanted to get your comments on both of those.
Let me address each of those points. As to the former, you're absolutely right. If reparations were framed in terms of housing, healthcare, criminal justice, Proposition 209 wouldn't be applicable. As you rightly point out, Proposition 209 only applies if the government gives preference or discriminates in education, contracting, employment on account of race or sex. So if you stayed away from those 3 areas, you wouldn't have any problem in terms of Prop 209. There could still be a challenge under the Equal Protection Clause of the US Constitution, but an advantage there is if you have a compelling interest, then it would be constitutional, whereas even a compelling interest isn't enough under Proposition 209. As to the second question, you're also, of course, correct that if it can be proven that there is current discrimination, there can be a remedy for those who have suffered that discrimination. The classic example would be if you can show that an employer is discriminated on the basis of race, a remedy can be imposed is against that employer. Where I pause is, if this were structured in terms of a benefit that all who are Black would be able to receive, I'm skeptical that a court would allow that kind of race-based remedy, even with the tremendous proof of discrimination in your report. That's why I say if you can find proxies for race, it's much more likely to be upheld. I think there's a difference in the eyes of the court between saying, you've proven that this entity has discriminated against this group, therefore give a remedy to this group, and saying everybody who's of that race should get the benefit. And I understand that logically you could say everybody who's Black has suffered from the legacy of discrimination, therefore everyone who's Black should be able to get the remedy. I'm skeptical that the current Supreme Court or lower federal courts would accept it. But you may decide that's how to go forward, and if it's struck down, it's struck down. I'm just here to give you my opinion of what is the way to structure this that's most likely to be upheld.
Okay, and if you can indulge me with one more question, I'm so grateful to have you here. So just indulge me for a second. I'm also interested in the 13th Amendment and deploying the 13th Amendment, especially the second clause of the 13th Amendment, which says that Congress should regulate and pass laws that prohibit the vestiges of slavery.
Yes.
And that to me is the way to that is the action that sort of actualizes the compelling interest. Legislators need to regulate to prevent things like racial profiling, anti-Blackness, because those are the vestiges of slavery. And we have authority for that under the 13th Amendment. So what about taking that?
Oh, I think it is a terrific idea. Section 2 of the 13th Amendment allows Congress without laws to enforce the 13th Amendment. The Supreme Court, in cases since Jones v. Alfred Mayer in 1968, said that gives Congress broad power to eradicate the badges and incidents of slavery. And so I think that if it were a federal effort at reparations, I would focus it under Section 2 of the 13th Amendment. Again, I think that if this were lineage-based, or if this were race-based more generally, I think it is the greatest chance of success. I think if it is saying that all who are Black have suffered from the history of discrimination, that all who are Black will get a benefit or be protected from discrimination that other races don't get, I think that'd be much harder to sell to the court, even using Section 2 of the 13th Amendment. But I agree with you, that's the best basis for doing it.
Thank you.
Maki?
Do you want to put your question in the chat?
I was going to suggest that. Time check, 12:41.
If
We have
Commissioner
about.
Maki wants to send me an email with the question, I will respond to him in the commission.
Okay.
So if you just
Any other last
address, just if you've got my email address, send it to me. The only thing I'd say in conclusion is I so applaud the work of the commission, and I'm available to help you in any way I can.
Dean, if there aren't any other last comments or questions from the task force, I would like to thank you so much for your presence. I know it's been a hard kind of, tracking you down and getting you scheduled. So this is very serendipitous. Thank you for joining us on this celebration of Black History Month and reparations advocacy.
Thank you for having me. It's my honor. And again, anything I can do to be of assistance to you would be my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Member Tamaki, if we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you. Okay.
Oh,
sorry,
I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened to the microphone. And Dean Jemerinsky, if you could indulge me along with the other members. Well, and thank you, Camila, for calling on me. So my question is, if it's a harm-based remedy, not a race-based remedy, but a harm-based remedy, where is the line of demarcation on the harm? For example, if we're talking about enslavement and emancipation follows in 1865, I hear that you're saying that's the harm that can be remedied. But the next era is Jim Crow, well-documented period of oppression. Period after that, you might call separate but equal, and so on and so forth. And if someone, for example, has a difficult time proving lineage going back numbers of generations, and they can only go back so far, and hypothetically, let's say it's post-emancipation, it's not during the period of enslavement, I realize these are issues, but I'm saying if we go with a harm-based remedy, how far can you go back? What is the basis? You know, what might be recognized as remediable harm? Does that make sense? Is Dean Chemerinsky on? I don't see him.
I think he may have left.
Oh, okay. Again, I had technical issues, but maybe we can revisit that in another discussion.
Yeah, and he did say that he'd like for you to send him your question.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, well, thank you to our esteemed panelists, Ms. Taifa, Ms. Ayatoro, and Dean Chemerinsky, and also thank you to our esteemed Reparations Task Force members for this excellent discussion that we've had before the lunch hour. So now we'll break and then we'll come back at 1:30 p.m. for our third panel of the day, which is recognizing current efforts at reparations. And we'll hear from Professor Mary Frances Berry, who wrote the book My Face is Black is True, Owen Callie House, one of the earliest reparations advocates in the United States. We'll also hear from Ms. Deidria Farmer-Pellman and Chad Brown. So without further ado, thank you all so much for holding it down since 9 a.m. And we will break now and return at 1:30. Thank you.
The 7th California Reparations Task Force meeting is scheduled for February 23rd and February 24th.
All California Reparations Task Force meetings are open to the public and welcome public comment. Amend the Mass Media Group provides coverage of all California Reparations Task Force meetings. Tune in, tap in, and testify. Reparations Now fam.
So if you were to bring the black share of wealth at least to the black share of the population, it would require an additional at least $10 trillion.